Call the regular meeting of the Pennington County Commission order. Welcome everybody here. There are copies of the agenda at the back of the room. Also, we utilize speaker request forms, so if you have an item that you would like to speak on, please fill out the speaker request form. Turn it into Holly Hennies on your right. Just ask that you quiet your cell phones, and we'll have a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Ross Connect. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is to review and approve the agenda. And if I'm not mistaken, we are to pull item 12.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Consent agenda, Holly Hennies.
Good morning, Commissioners. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items. Approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of August 3rd, 2021. Number 6 is to acknowledge the resolution for a minor adjustment to the road district boundaries to be annexed into the Pine Grove Road District in total as described. Number 7 is to acknowledge the notice of intent to conduct a raffle by the Scenic Volunteer Fire Department. And finally, number 8 is to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of July 2021.
Are there any members of the public that would like to have any of the items on the consent calendar removed from the consent calendar for discussion? Seeing none, are there any members of the commission that wish to have anything removed from the consent calendar? Now to take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. Commissioner Ross Connect made the motion. Commissioner Lassiter seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 9. Mr. Ron Jeffries.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm Ron Jeffers, General Manager of the Central States Fair, and it's an exciting week for us down at the Pennington County Fairgrounds. So our kickoff is Friday at 3 o'clock. We actually have our youth shows that start Friday morning at 9. Pigs, we've got swine, goats, and then livestock coming up after that. Longhorn show for that first weekend really gives that agricultural Western flavor to the start of the fair. We've been doing a lot of planning and prepping for this year's fair. I just have to say hats off to my staff. They've done an outstanding job, from everybody within the office, working one person short the entire summer, and to our entire maintenance crew who's been working head over heels, not just on preparing for the fair, but also doing a great cleanup, creekside cleanup, along with the Rapid City Fire Department, making a considerable difference down there. And I think if you come down to the grounds, you'll notice how much area we've opened up and removed brush and shrubs and camping areas, I'll say, illegal camping areas from along the creek. The grounds look really nice. I also want to say a big thank you to all the volunteers. I met with our open class group last night. That's the people that do the pottery, ceramics, quilting, woodworking, all that, part of the ribbon part of the fair. What a great group of volunteers. We are so fortunate as a community to have people from the board of directors to our superintendents to our gate groups that work our gates that come back in and volunteer to help the Central States Fair produce this event. Without that kind of volunteer support, there's no way we'd be able to pull this type of event off, or it certainly wouldn't be anywhere near profitable to pull it off. So we're very happy that we've got that much support throughout the community, and they do deserve a moment of recognition for that as well. We plan to do a volunteer recognition in October, so I'll let you know about that. Back to the fair. So grandstand passes are available, both the premier and general admission passes. We've got 9 nights of grandstand entertainment. You can see the all 9 nights for as little as $75 for a grandstand pass. That includes the $3 gate admission. However, if you don't have the $3, we do a free before 3, Monday through Friday. We waive the gate admission for young families to come back in and have a chance, and seniors to come in and have a chance to enjoy the fair with no gate admission. So we try and make it affordable for everybody. It truly is a community event. Motocross sports, we've got supercross racing, demolition derby. We've got 3 nights of concerts for the Black Hills Energy Concert Series. We've got 3 nights of PRCA rodeo. And then, of course, we've got the PRCA Extreme Bronx Finals, one of the 5 finals events that the PRCA has throughout the nation. And a little bitty community the size of Rapid City competes with communities like Las Vegas to host one of the PRCA's national events. So we're excited to have that opportunity as well. I mentioned the open class. I should also mention that the Carnival Americana is back with us putting on our midway. They do a great job. If you've been past the fairgrounds, you've noticed they've been here for about a week. They set up, they cleaned, they tested, they did maintenance, they did disinfecting. They set up with enough time to even have time to wash all their semis. So they do a great job for us. It's a good, clean run organization. We're very excited to have them as a partner. We hope you're all going to be at our ribbon cutting Friday at 3 o'clock, and answer any questions or comments you may have.
Questions? Commissioner Adcock?
Not really questions. Number one, the Creekside cleanup is amazing. We've been wanting to do that for a year, and that's huge for some of that area and
We used to do it together, Deb.
5 years. So I'm glad we're starting to do it again, and thank you for doing that. I agree, without the volunteers, that's what helps that fair be successful and be very functional and save people money. Or the fairgrounds money. So we appreciate them a whole lot. And I keep telling people it's ag showtime right now. So it's a good way for the city folk to understand what farmers, ranchers, and the ag community do. Every year, even when I was a kid, used to go to the fair and just, be in awe of all the animals and the different things that they had there. So again, ag showtime for the Central States Fair and the ag community. City folks need to go and see how important the people that serve us in the ag community do for us. So I'm pretty excited, and I know at my motels there's some kids that are just pretty excited to go down there. It's not far from where they live, so it's they're like, "Dad, the fair's coming." So I'm pretty excited to see that they're ready to go, and it's going to be an exciting year for us. So thank you, Ron, for you and your employees and what you do for Pennington County and Rapid City.
Thank you.
Further comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy?
I totally agree with what Deb said, but one of the things that sticks out is that free before 3. I mean, that I think that's really important for our community, for people to be able to come down and see it and so forth. And I appreciate all the hard work that you guys' crew put into, and we know the sheriff's department's going to be helping out too, and I think they kind of enjoy it too. So it's a joint venture with that. Looking forward to seeing the wagon cruising around. So, but I think you guys do a good job. Please pass it on to your employees and the volunteers. That we really appreciate them.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Ron, what do you, as far as the numbers, what do you think this year is going to do compared to last year, just based on the activity
Last
that
year's
you're
not
seeing?
even on our chalkboard. So we go back to 2019 and 2018 to compare numbers. 2019 was a record year for us. We're a little bit below 2019. We're more right on track with 2018, which was about where we typically run on a good year. So 2018 numbers look like they'll be strong for us again this year.
So
You know,
what do
school starts in the middle of the show this year, so there's a little bit of concern about what will happen. Will the kids still be able to come after school? And I think they still will. I mean, if you get a Big D Mega Pass in their hand, I think they'll come whenever they get a chance to get out of school to come back down and enjoy it. But it did remind me of one thing that I should mention. When Commissioner LaCroy mentioned our sheriff's department, we do 2 nights at the rodeo where we do recognitions. And the first one is the first responders night, and that'll be on Wednesday, the 25th this year. And, it's just a great moment for the Central States Fair to take time on behalf of our board of directors, the commissioners, the entire community, to say thank you to all of our first responders. We know it hasn't been an easy year for any portion of the first responders, and so Central States Fair allows for all law enforcement, all firefighters, and all EMTs to come in the fairgrounds, get on the fairgrounds, and get into the rodeo free that night with just their ID for all first responders and their families. So it's our way of saying thanks to the countless hours and challenges that they've faced in the last year. The second night that we have a recognition is on Friday, the 27th, and that is our military appreciation. Again, we've got South Dakota Army National Guard and Ellsworth Air Force Base right here in your backyard. We're very thankful for the challenges they face each year and the protections they provide us and our country. So we allow anybody with active duty or retired military ID and their families to come on grounds and get into the rodeo that night, Friday night, for free. So thanks for reminding me of that, Commissioner LaCoy.
Chairman, just one more question.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Include on the first responders the 911 dispatch?
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody in that
Okay.
law
So
enforcement
they know.
branch.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Any further comments?
Just thanks for all you do, Ron, and make sure you tell your volunteers thanks from the commission.
We will. Thank you. I hope to see you at the fair.
Ron, I know that this becomes a very busy time for you, but it's not that you guys aren't busy all the time because of the amount of events and activities that you have going on at the fairgrounds year-round. And you might just expand on that a little bit as to how much you really do have going on there.
So last year, it was 280 days we had rental activities at the fairgrounds. I mean, it was literally every day, and then after each event, we had a day to clean up and a day to set up, and it was on to the next event. So it's been very, very busy. We had 51 weeks booked this year. We did have one cancellation that came up just right at rally time, which was okay by us because we were busy to begin with. But otherwise, we'll have 50 weeks out of this year that the event center will be rented. So it's constantly busy, puts a great amount of responsibility on our maintenance staff, and I'm telling you, those guys are knocking it out of the park. They're doing a great job.
So, and I understand it's become a pretty good venue for weddings also.
That was never on our radar screen when we started putting stuff together. But we took the old Bridger Steel the Bridger Steel building. The Bridger Steel helped us remodel the Bridger Steel Pavilion. And it's just become one of those deals that our maintenance crews worked on getting a shiplap siding on the inside, a nice wood look to it for a finish, and it's become a hot little wedding venue. So it's got kind of a rustic, and we allow people to do a little bit of their own catering stuff on it. And so I think we're going to host by the end of the year 22 weddings at the fairgrounds this year, which was never on my radar screen. But
Ron,
thank you.
we appreciate it. We appreciate you and your staff, all of the work that's gone into this. I know that'll be a tremendous week, so.
Thank you all. Appreciate it very much.
Thank
See you at
you.
the fair.
I would, we also have a proclamation that I would appreciate having the opportunity to present on Friday for their kickoff. And so I would take a motion to approve the executive proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, Commissioner Hadcock and Commissioner Lassiter. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it much. Item number 10, application to establish a right-of-way to an isolated tract pursuant to SDCL 31-22-1.
Thank you, Commissioners. Quentin Riggins on behalf of Cross Sabres. What we're here to discuss today is an isolated tract issue that's arisen with Cross Sabres property. Pursuant to SDCL 31-22-1, this property would not be considered an isolated tract were it not for the vacation of a section line right-of-way about almost 2 years ago now. But because of that vacation, now we're in a situation where the property, if it's to be developed for residential purposes, does not have access to the northernmost portion of the property. So pursuant to SDCL 31-22-1, we've begun the process of trying to reestablish access. As part of that attempt, we did send letters to the neighboring property owner pursuant to SDCL 31-22-2. 2 letters were sent, one approximately 1 year ago, and one again approximately a month and a half ago. Neither letter proved successful in establishing an easement area, and so that's why we're here today. The request that we would have would be to conduct a site visit pursuant to SDCL 3122-1 to look at the access issues. The engineer that we've utilized, Cale McNabo, has put together a packet which was provided to you guys that outlines some of the various points of access and why some of them are not likely to be successful. We recognize that in order to reopen this section line, the site visit's going to be necessary by the commission under statute. I also recognize that there is some additional information that I'll be needing to get to you, such as information from Department of Transportation providing that access across that former section line area is acceptable to Department of Transportation, as well as information from the Mickelson Trail providing that access across the Mickelson Trail is also acceptable. I will have that when we move forward with this, but at this point, under statute, a site visit is necessary in order to continue to move the process forward. I have spoken with Mr. Alderman about that site visit as well, and my understanding is he agrees that that's where we need to be at this point.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
I'd make a motion that we, I don't know how we say it, a site visit from the commissioners. And at that point, I guess we determine what needs to be done further from that site visit.
Okay,
I'd second.
we've got a motion and a second to authorize a site visit by the commission. I think we probably also need to include or invite highway with us, probably planning and zoning to be in attendance at that also.
sir.
So,
And Mr. McNabo would also make himself available if the county desires during that time, if there's any questions about his specific drawings as it relates to the development.
okay,
Mr. Chair,
okay. Commissioner Roskinek.
might not hurt to have Rich Zacher at that meeting as well. He's South Dakota DOT based out of Custer. So moving forward, they're going to be the ones that'll make that decision where that, if an approach can be off of Highway 16 or 385, if where that current section line is, if that would be acceptable.
And the other thing I would add as well is pursuant to statute, the section line doesn't have to be in the exact same spot as it was previously. And so, you know, if something along the lines of the original area is workable both for the development and for DOT, et cetera, you know, that's an option as well.
Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway. Just like to point out, you might want to invite Stacy Bartlett. She's the one that handles all their access, majority of it. So Stacy Bartlett with the DOT.
Good point.
Thanks, Joe. I also have a speaker request form from Matt Henderson. Matt, do you want to come up? Is there anything you want to say, or do you want to answer questions if there's questions?
Thank the commission for their time, and I'll yield.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I have a motion and a second to authorize a site visit. Any further discussion on that? Not, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Quentin, we will work with trying to set a time. I don't know if all the commission will be able to go at the same time. Or if we're gonna have to do this, split this up, and State's Attorney's Office has a.
Jay Alderman with State's Attorney's Office. My recollection is it's something that has to be noticed up, and you also have to invite and notice up the surrounding landowner
Okay.
who may be subject to any action you take, which I understand to be Dan Detweiler, if I have that right. I don't know if there's another one, but yeah, there's going to have to be some coordination here for everybody's calendars to sync together to go out there and then have access to all the land and spend the time to do what you need to do.
Yeah.
So I know Holly will be working on some of that, or the commission office.
Thank
But
you.
it's like the notice is at least 5 days before the site visit, if I remember right. So it's going to take a little bit to coordinate it.
Okay, very good.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you. Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is number 11, Joe Miller, Highway Superintendent.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. In front of you today is an authorization to pursue purchase of a mini excavator. Earlier in the year, we've been kind of toying around with this for probably about a year or so, and we decided to rent a mini excavator to see its useful on our asphalt projects and our drainage projects. This piece of equipment did actually prove very useful due to its light nature. We can actually haul it with a 3/4 ton or a 1 ton pickup to our job sites instead of having to get like a backhoe. With the vast nature of our county, we'd have to get our transport and haul a backhoe to wherever that job site might be. So it'll be a lot more versatile piece of equipment there. These pieces of equipment have rubber tracks on them, so if we get them on the asphalt, we don't damage the asphalt and then have to go back and repair it. And then be able to get into tighter places to replace culverts in tight spaces there. And then this purchase it wasn't in our equipment replacement plan, but it is planned for in our 2021 budget. So
Chairman,
with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioner Adcock.
the motion is to authorize the purchase of one new mini excavator from a minimum of 2 major dealers in the area under the current government cooperative purchasing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion. Any,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
just out of curiosity, what are we looking at, Joe, for cost?
Between 70 and 80,000 is kind of the numbers I've got from both Butler and RDO. Time will tell, I guess, once we get the proposals back, but that's the initial numbers that I got back for the size of excavator that we're looking at. So,
Any members of the public wishing to address this issue?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I was going to ask the same question as he did. Now, on the other half of the deal, a backhoe, what's the cost of a backhoe?
the last one we bought, I believe, was $150,000 to $170,000. They're not cheap pieces of equipment if
No.
you purchase them new.
No, I think it's a good purchase. I mean, for doing some of the tight work that you guys got to do, I think it meets the specs that we need for some of the drainage and, as you said, the culverts. So I think sometimes you have to rent it to find out if it's worth the while, and I think you found out it was. So.
Yeah, and that train left the station. I don't know what I was going to say there.
Well, just the hauling alone too is
Right.
much simpler and saves you more time transporting to and from also. So
Yes.
Further discussion? Questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Sean.
Item 13.
Sean Smith, Pennington County Highway Department. So what you have before you here is a request for a variance to ordinance 14 to have a second approach. This one is with Seven Wonders. They recently consolidated 3 lots into one, and in doing so, they had 2 approaches that were on 2 separate lots. They are now on 1 lot. We did a site visit and found that they meet site distance. They are, however, out of compliance with ordinance 14. Their culvert lengths are not to 32 feet. This one, they were utilizing pavers and timber to extend. They still fell short of that 32 feet. So I guess we're not opposed to this variance if the culverts are brought into compliance and the timbers and pavers are removed.
Yeah,
Chairman?
come on up.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Good morning. Janelle Fink with KTM. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Hessler. I just kind of wanted to fill in a little bit of background information on this. Ms. Hessler's been working on this property for about 4 years, since 2018 when she purchased the property. She has 3 small lots that she's trying to consolidate into a single lot. In 2018, she started the process, and it was noted that there was an existing garage that had been built in 1998 that had been there for 20 years that didn't meet the setback requirement, and so she had to go through the variance process for that. She went through the layout process in 2018. She also had to do a rezone and a comprehensive plan amendment. And then she got the variance for the garage in 2019. 2020, COVID hit. 2021, she finished her application to vacate the section line right-of-way that ran through her property and was undeveloped. And we thought we were kind of all done. We submitted this last minor plat, and then the issue came up with the approaches. And it didn't appear when we did the variance for the garage, it didn't appear during the layout, it didn't appear during the rezone. So anytime in this 4-year process, those comments didn't show up till now. And I just wanted to ask if, since this garage has been in place for 20 years, since 1998, and it's a small horseshoe kind of shaped U, it allows the owner to back out of the garage and then turn around and return to the right-of-way in a forward front motion rather than backing into the right-of-way. If she wouldn't be allowed to just leave the existing culverts and situation in place, it's been there for 20-plus years and hasn't seemed to create an issue or problem. Having to replace or update those culverts is just going to add more time and more cost to an already beleaguered process for someone who's really just trying to consolidate lots, and it's been a long and expensive process for her. So I understand the comments from County Highway, but we're just hoping that in this instance, you might approve the variance and allow those existing culverts to remain. Thank you.
Any questions of Janelle? Thank you, Janelle.
Just to follow up to that, I guess during our site visit, Joe and I were out there. I mean, there were rally attendees. I don't remember that connecting through as a horseshoe, so to say. But in regards to the culverts and the comments, obviously I've taken over for the engineer. We have a lot of approaches that were thrown in over the years that have been there that need to be brought into compliance. I mean, the drainage, that garage one is already failing. There's a hole there where that connection is being made with those pavers, so it's already failing. If that washes away, that plugs up the drainage. So that's the intent of this, is to bring these into compliance with our ordinance 14. They're consolidating. Now's the time to do it. It's before us. We can have that approach permit. Ultimately, if I have to approve the approach permit, that's going to be a requirement in the approach permit as well. So.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
Janelle, just a question. So, bottom line is, Highway approves approach permits, and it probably didn't come up right away also because, they need to send it to them, or, I don't know, Sean, why wouldn't it come up before?
I was not involved in the previous. I stepped in on this most recent layout plan, and that's when it was brought up.
And so, Janelle, she's consolidating lots? Is that what she's
Yes.
doing? And how
Yeah.
many acres are you talking about?
Oh, this is only a couple acres. It's like 2.25 total when she consolidates the 3 lots.
So Sean, let me ask you a question. Is there other development or anything around there it's adding to this issue? Or is it
No.
just her property?
No, it's just her property. This was, like I said, the previous approaches were on two separate lots. They consolidated to one per state statute. They're only allowed one access to that lot. So this is why they're requesting this variance.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And Chairman, Janelle, sorry, follow up, Ron. So if you don't comply in order for Highway to approve your approach permit, you're not going to get the approach permit. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, we can, as a board, we can do that, but culverts are pretty important. You already know, Janelle, for drainage. So tell me why she wouldn't do it. I mean, because they forgot or because something happened in between, why wouldn't you still want to make the property worthy, having good culverts and pavers that aren't going to wash out and that kind of thing?
And I think, landowners look at this from the perspective of she purchased the property, didn't realize it was out of compliance, and has been through a long, laborious, expensive process just to consolidate these, and wasn't prepared for this comment to come up till the end, and it just adds more time and more expense. And they probably aren't in the best of condition, but, potentially when they fail, then she could replace them. But just at this point, again, it just adds more time and more cost for her, so.
So-
And it's a seasonal home for her. Her primary residence is in Nebraska, so, she just uses it seasonally.
So Janelle, if it fails and
And
it's
she
her,
needs
not
to
her,
replace it.
it's not her primary residence, what happens is they usually sell it to somebody else and they inherit it. So we are just trying to do inspections and doing things and moving forward on some of those things to make sure we're not getting people caught with some other expenses that same thing she got caught with.
Right.
So we would be doing the same thing, carrying on what happened to her if we did not do the culvert. And I inherit properties that you already know what happens is you didn't know all of it. You're not a business person or you're not a developer and you don't understand all that. Unfortunately, for me, it's important just I went all over Pennington County looking at culverts in different areas failing, and we're trying to look at detention dams and everything else to add to Pennington County for those water issues and drainage issues that, for me, I have a hard time approving this, even though she's inheriting this property, Ms. Janelle. So I know you do a great job and stuff, but.
And I'm just representing her position here and her request. I understand that there are differences of opinion.
Yes,
so.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Well, my motion would be to grant the variance, leave the culverts as is, and upon failure, replace them to ordinance 14. So that's my motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a
I
second?
guess my concern with that, just, they're at the bottom of this drainage, so if theirs fails, the water's backing up, you're affecting your upward landowners. You're not, I mean, if you wait until failure, you're gonna affect other landowners potentially if it's
Is there a
theirs
second
fails.
to the motion?
Well, I guess the difference between me and the other commissioners, I've been to the site, and I've lived in that area for 20 years, and the day that I did the site inspection and looking at the circumstances that Janelle's, it's not black and white. You've got to, but based on my inspection, based on the use, based on the circumstances that has transpired over the years, and based on their efforts in trying to take three little lots that should have never been platted in the first place and make it into one, I still stick with that motion.
One last time, is there a second to the motion made by Roskinek? Not, the motion fails for lack of a second.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Normally, I would have probably offered up a second to that, but I also understand the drainage problems that we have in our communities as a whole. And Janelle, thank you for the history. I mean, you always give us a good history lesson on what happened in a walkthrough, and I really do appreciate that. But also sometimes, even for myself as a property owner, if not but for someone telling me I have to do something, I don't do it. I try to get by as long as I can. It's just human nature. It's not trying to bypass anything. So unfortunately, I'm on the list of let's get it done. Then the whole thing's done. Nobody from the future landowners have to worry about it. County knows there's a new culvert in the area and so forth, and that's kind of the way I'm viewing this. But I really appreciate your history. That helps me understand quite a bit more.
So Janelle, the current owner put a house on there?
No, it was in place, the
It
house
was
and
in
the
place
garage, yeah,
already? Okay.
existing.
So, but the garage was the only thing that was out of compliance, is that?
Well, the house encroached into the section line right away. It was
Okay.
a litany of different issues that she didn't create.
Okay.
Oh, Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
so it would be move to approve the request for a variance am I denying? Move to deny the request for a variance to ordinance 14, God, I can't talk today. Variance to ordinance 14 and approval of second approach for property located at 22950 Forest Road, Rapid City, South Dakota.
I guess highway's position would be that we wouldn't oppose it. You could approve it as long as they meet our conditions with the culverts.
So we would approve
Okay.
it with That's what I meant, Ms. Holly, was to approve it, but they have to bring it up to ordinance 14 standards. That way you don't have to come back to us.
Yes,
to-
thank
I
you.
have a second. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Lassiter.
You're approving it.
Yes, ma'am. And they need to bring it up to ordinance 14 standards with that approval. Thank you. Thank you, Sean, for the information.
Thanks.
So the motion is to deny the request for a variance to ordinance 14.
No, you're going to
No,
approve it?
To approve,
Approve the ordinance, or
Second approach.
approve the variance to, but they have to bring it up to ordinance 14 standards and to approve the second approach.
Okay, is everybody clear? Anybody from the public wish to address this? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Item number 14 is almost an identical request from Mr. Brian Hammerbeck. He's developing property out on St. Germain Road. There's two existing approaches that'll fall onto one parcel. Again, these were existing prior to our approach permits. In review, we found that we didn't have any permits on record, so we asked that they provide us with approach permits. He has done so, and then also came with this variance to allow that second approach that's already existing. And again, it meets site distance, and the highway department is not opposed to that second approach so long as that the southern approach is brought into compliance with ordinance 14. It's short on length on culvert, the culvert's plugged, and the driveway width was below 20-foot minimum, so we're not opposed to it so long as that southern approach is brought into compliance. The northern one met all ordinance 14 standards.
Mr. Chair.
Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this issue? Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd move to approve the request for variance ordinance 14, approve the second approach for the property described in Lot 7 of the St. James Road, Computer, South Dakota, and provided that they improve the south approach, drainage be updated.
Is that what you
Or
want, Sean?
repaired.
Sorry, Commissioner. Sean, he needs help with we need help with that. Is it the southern?
The south approach needs to be brought into compliance with ordinance 14 with
Yeah.
the culvert length and the
Yeah.
and the
that's what I
approach
said,
width.
so.
Second. Thank you, Lloyd. Sorry, I thought there was more to that.
So how does the motion actually read then?
I'm trying to figure that out. That they approve it, provided that they bring the southern approach up to standards?
Ordinance 14.
Ordinance 14.
Okay, southern approach up to
Yeah.
ordinance 14.
Very good.
Okay.
Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Item 15, Holly Hennies.
Commissioners, back in front of you are the proposed bylaws of the building committee. We discussed this at the last meeting, and I will certainly stand for any questions that may arise.
Questions of Holly relative to the proposed bylaws.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I appreciate the commission's letting us continue this so we could review it a little bit over, give us a couple more weeks to review it and so forth. With that, I'd move for approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to address this? Hearing none, back to the commission. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
so last time we touched base on this, I had a couple of concerns, and so as I kind of fleshed out some of the concerns, this is another thing that came up as I was doing that. I spoke to the sheriff about it as well, but this particular piece I haven't talked to anyone about it because it just now kind of glares out at me the particular paragraph that talks about a member shall abstain from voting if proposed project involves planning, construction, or remodeling projects within the member's office, department, or area of responsibility. If we take that literally, the building and grounds individual wouldn't be able to vote on any project, and neither would any of the commissioners, because that would fit those individuals' department or area of responsibility, because we are responsible for all the buildings and grounds as the commission, and so would be the building and grounds superintendent or the individual that head. That's kind of one of the reasons why I was looking at a smaller group and taking that particular paragraph out and bringing it down to 5 voting members, because if you're going to add 7 with, and I'm going to use a term, and this might not be the right term, but building heads or department heads for their building. So the sheriff is over the jail, the presiding judge is over the courts. Well, then we've got to look at, Barry Tice over the care campus and any others. So if we want to keep it as small so we can be as efficient as possible, we should have it at 5 rather than 2 particular building heads instead of, and excluding all of the other building heads. Does that make sense? So those are my 2 big concerns, but my biggest one is that if you're going to have members abstain from voting, then you could potentially not have enough votes for a particular thing if we look at that area of responsibility, unless somebody has any input on that.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
Jay, need your help on that for the responsibility part that you read. Can you read that one more time, Travis?
A member shall abstain from voting if the proposed project involves planning, construction, or remodeling projects within the member's office, department, or area of responsibility. As county commissioners, if we have 2 county commissioners on there, everything is our responsibility. So would that prevent them from being able to vote on any of the projects? And also the building and grounds head, would that prevent him from voting on it? Because he's head of buildings and grounds, but he's still in charge of and planning any of those projects. And it's his area of responsibility.
Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. I understand the question. I guess I wouldn't look at a commissioner as a specific department head. An elected official over an office or an appointed official over a department. Certainly, yeah, the county commission is over the county, but it's not their jail. It's not their care campus personally. There's an elected official or an appointed department head that is in charge of managing that literal piece of property. So that was the intent there, is not to, I wouldn't see a county commissioner having to abstain on a vote if you're a member of the building committee and something comes before the body. So I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, if that's logical enough to pursue the language on that as is. Otherwise, we could tweak it. We could do something with that. As I'm standing right here, I guess I would need some time to think of brand new language to eliminate all of the various concerns that might arise on that. Because I'm not hearing this until right now, so I wasn't prepared to answer that question directly. But as far as, if the original intent of that, and it can be changed, anything on here can be changed, but if the sheriff has a jail project that he is proposing, he would not vote on that project. The rest of the members would, including county commissioners. If Barry Tice has a project, if that's his project, the Crisis Stabilization Center or the care campus, he would come and propose that project, explaining why he needs this remodel or this building built, but he would not vote on the final determination to fund the construction for that. And continue down the road. Scott Guffey wants something done. He could come propose it. He just couldn't vote on it. Commissioners from time to time obviously support an idea, and they would probably vote that way, but it's not their personal project. So that's why I guess I didn't see there being a conflict with a county commissioner voting on any of the projects that are proposed. It's just taking the personality out of the project of that elected official or that department head. That was the original thought. I'm not standing here saying it has to be one way or the other. I'll be willing to change language or propose new draft language. If you want department heads and officials to be able to vote on their own project, perfectly fine with me. I'll draft it however you think is most appropriate.
Follow up, Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
And the other issue, Travis, on that was Sheriff and the Mr. Fifely. So based on originally not having them in and then putting them in and visiting with building committee and not having any complaints on those building committees about the two, and them, the rest of the people that aren't going to be on there. I don't know if you've had complaints, but I have not. That then I didn't have a problem with it because nobody decided that that was a bad idea. So, and the other people, like I said, that weren't on there or didn't get put on there, somebody made some funny jokes, but they didn't. They weren't. They were disappointed that they weren't. So. That's why I'm still in favor with the judge and the sheriff still being on there.
Mr. Chair.
If I can add, I'm sorry.
Commissioner LaCroy.
One
Go
additional
ahead.
thing I didn't answer, your other question was, I think, Mike Cool, Buildings and Grounds. So I would say the same thing for Mike, as I said, with regard to commissioners, because obviously Mike has to be involved in everything, like the commissioners are involved in everything, but it's not your specific project. But one exception, obviously, if Mike presented under that language that I need a remodel done of my office space or something that's specific to his building, if you will, then the same rule would apply to him because he is the singular appointed official for that project of his own jurisdiction, if you will. So, yeah, I could see that applying to Mike. But, so I wanted to answer that one best I could, yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I appreciate that. I was having that same concern when you start reading through this. You start getting so technical on what you're reading and analyzing stuff that I just got to remember this is an ad hoc committee. All funding, original fundings are going to come through this commission. This is a recommending body and so forth. Am I correct in saying that? So, I mean, that's our safeguards, quite frankly. And I think one of my concerns is, that I think Deb just elegantly put it, is I think some of our bigger building structures that we have, we need them people on that committee for their advice. And Mike is in that department, absolutely, because, you know, when it comes to maintenance and planning, they know if you're proposing something that to look back and say, hey, you need to look at some of this stuff that's going to need to maintain it, or we can do it cheaper or something along those lines. So I agree with that. But I think I just got to remind everybody, this is an ad hoc committee. Ultimate vote comes to the commission and so forth, and we expect them to work out the details however they need to do it.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I move to adopt the building committee proposed bylaws, and if they don't work, we can always change them.
We
So,
already got a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I think there is a motion.
We do.
I missed that.
I've got a motion by Commissioner LaCroy, second by Commissioner Hadcock, to approve. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
I have not had any other complaints or had any complaints about, you know, who was on there. So just to clarify that, I just was thinking that if we had building heads that you would want to consider that, but I also don't want to have a very large committee as well, because I know when you have a large committee, you do stagnate what you're trying to do. So that was just my concern. I figured bringing it down to a core of 5 would be better. I'm not saying I'm 100% against it. I am, you know, Commissioner Roskinek just pointed out, if it doesn't work, we can change it. So I'll just keep my eyes out on it and see how it goes and see if it needs changing in the future.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the building committee proposed bylaws indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Holly. Thanks, Jay. Next item on the agenda is consideration of unassigned funds available for one-time expenditures. I think we've all looked at what could possibly be included in the one-time expenditures. I think there's a couple of these that I'm not at all proposing that we have to give approval to all today, but I think there's at least a couple that we probably need to give consideration to sooner rather than later. Those being the public county housing funds that may be critical in their time frame.
Yeah.
Also, I think the law enforcement radio upgrades is another item that probably needs to be seriously considered for approval today. There's a number of other areas that can be discussed, and we'll put it back on the commission at this point in time.
So Chairman, are we doing these one at a time?
I think so, yes.
Are we going just top of the list down, or can we just make a motion for the ones we want?
Let's do them individually. So let's take them from the top on down. Public county housing is the first one that's on my list, so.
I'll move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion to approve $2 million to be placed with public, with the, let's see, I probably have a motion actually.
Yeah, move
right?
to allocate $2 million to Pennington County Housing and direct the state's attorney to draft an agreement for the distribution of funds for the use in construction low-income housing.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Further discussion. Any members of the public wishing to address this? So the intent behind this is that, is Pennington County Housing, has some, funds available for building, affordable housing. Is that the correct terminology?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the rent would be based on 30% of person's income, and that income range would be roughly $20,000 to $60,000.
Okay.
Trying to focus on workforce as well.
Okay, so if they used only their own money, they could build approximately how many units?
35.
35 units, and with this additional 2 million?
65. 65.
Okay.
Double it, but another thing where they have the advantage is that they have the land, and the parcels of land that they have are in key locations where tenants would be able to sit there and commute back and forth to work and school and whatnot.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item on my list is the law enforcement radio upgrades.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd move to allocate $371,170 to law enforcement radio upgrades and direct the auditor to prepare the required budget supplement hearing notice.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. And Kevin or Brian, either one of you want to just give a brief explanation of what's happening here?
Good morning, Kevin Tolm, Pennington County Sheriff. Thank you for the consideration of the request. Previously outlined in the memo, the state radio system's converting to an upgrade, and with that, we have to come into compliance, otherwise we won't be able to talk on our radios. And over the last few years, we've spent $662,900 between us and Search and Rescue trying to get compliant, and need this last little push to get us over the finish line to get 100% compliant, and kind of up against a timeline with Motorola and others because of this chip issue. So we'd like to go ahead and get the order placed if you do approve it. So,
okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item I have on here is the Healthcare Trust Fund replenishment. Mr. Boyd, I think you and Travis both serve on.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was going to ask if maybe John could give us a little update on this, please, for the rest of the commissioners, because I think this has a big impact on the Healthcare Trust Board as far as rates, premiums, and so forth. And if you could please explain that.
John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources and Chair of the Healthcare Trust Board for the county. This request is to help bring our balance back up to the level that it had been prior to COVID. We had some direct expenses related to COVID. We've had some additional support expenses related to COVID, costing us about $390,000 in general. The goal here was to bring it at $400,000. It's a much easier number to speak to rather than going through the specific dollars and cents for each of those types of costs. And this is to replenish our fund with the money that we've spent related to COVID over the last year and a half.
Okay.
Yes.
Any
just
questions?
just to follow up, is thanks, John, for expressing that, because the Healthcare Trust Board board has worked hard at at keeping our premiums where they're at. I mean, we've had the stop loss, we had some high numbers for stop loss this year. We've actually reviewed some of the, what we're going through for the year. Did a 3-year average, and we're working on our reserves to keep, what is it, 50%?
40,
It was 40 something,
I think it's 40% right now.
40% of
That's
a
what we
3-year
agreed to.
average in our reserves. So if we have a catastrophe year, that we could do this. And this 400,000 is part of, like I said, to help keep premiums down and keep our employees' levels where they're at.
If I could too, Commissioners,
Absolutely.
we've had some significant costs, and thank you, Commissioner LaCroix, for speaking about the stop loss. This year, we were very fortunate to have the stop loss. The report I got from Wellmark regarding our stop loss reimbursements so far this year has been over $800,000.
Yeah.
It's been a significant expense. Again, not all related directly to COVID, but because of that, it helped protect the balance. But we have 24 people this year that have already exceeded more than 50% of our stop loss amount. So those are high-cost claimants, if you will, that are on our health plan. Anything below the 70,000, we're 100% responsible for. So again, we've got 24 as of the report yesterday, and that was at the end of July. So those numbers continue to grow this year.
Okay. Further questions, comments?
Sure.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I'd move to approve the operating transfer from general fund unassigned fund balance to an amount of 400,000 to the Healthcare Trust Board.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for the discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item is financial software, 310,000. And Holly, would you like to share with us some information relative to that? Okay.
I'm sorry. Auditor Mueller can certainly do that.
Okay. Okay.
Thought you were being honored for me.
Sorry,
We've discussed it.
it's not my world.
Good morning, Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. Yes, this is just a request to set aside in an assigned fund balance for future purchase of software that would tie together Director of Equalization, the Auditor's Office, and the Treasurer's Office. Tyler Technologies is the one that's working on this, and hopefully they're rewriting it to a version 10. Hopefully they will have that ready 2022, early 2023. And I just thought it was a good use for one-time funds to set that money aside so we know we have enough set aside to purchase the software for all 3 offices when the time comes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Cindy, this isn't for convenience, but basically this is going to be cost savings in the future, more efficiency throughout the.
Absolutely. And it also eliminates some of the in-house software that IT is currently maintaining. And I know that's one of Lori's goals, is to reduce those softwares because they are quite costly for her to have someone on staff to maintain those.
So Cindy, my understanding is that this may be delayed until 2023.
It is possible that it could be. Mm-hmm.
So there may not be a critical point in putting this 310,000 in there for this year. I also talked to John briefly yesterday. Apparently Tyler Technologies is working on a HR component to add to this also.
They do have an HR component in their software, yes.
So I don't know if it's necessary that we do it as part of the one-time funding, if we want to use these funds someplace else. So,
Well, Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
on our 11 million, can it be added in there or can it not for future? Because it's something that, we're going to need by 2023.
Again, I don't think we know.
Yeah.
We don't know that
Criteria
yet.
is still not finalized for those dollars, so.
And it would be too late to put it in next year's budget because they need to move forward, Cindy?
We don't know that it's going to be ready to purchase next year.
Okay.
I'm just asking that the funds be set aside in an assigned fund balance so that when that software is ready, we don't have to put, you know, $600,000 of new spending authority in the budget. Part of that will already be set aside.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
So Cindy, basically, they're writing it now and it's almost ready. Could you lock in, if you say you got the funding, can you lock in the cost of the?
They have not even given us a final cost on it. I just have the estimate because they are rewriting that and they don't know what their final,
So,
final quote. I do not have a final
okay. Second
affirmative
question.
quote.
Second question is, if this wasn't set aside for it like you'd like, where else would that money come from? I think you've got the support from this commission, and it's just finding, where would we find that next year or 2 years from now?
It would just have to come from new tax dollars.
New tax dollars, which would end up lowering our budget. Okay.
What I would
reducing
suggest is
unassigned
that we
reserves.
continue the discussion on this particular issue as we go through the rest of them. As I said at the beginning, I'm not sure that we need to act on everything today for these dollars, the unassigned dollars, but I think it's worth discussion. So if
Mr.
there's
Chair.
any further questions of Cindy on this,
I agree.
I'll go ahead and make that motion to continue this particular item.
I don't know if we actually need a motion to continue. I think we can just, it's going to remain as part of the discussion in the future here. So, okay, thank you. Thanks, Cindy.
Thanks, Cindy.
Next item on the list is motor graders for the highway department, in the amount of $650,000.
Joe?
And
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller. This purchase would, just move our plan that much further ahead. It's definitely not a necessity right now, but looking at the liability that our current motor graders are 2011, so they're 10 years old, so they are getting up there in age. And it wouldn't be that full $650,000. It'd be approximately about $500,000 of one-time fund, because we do have some trade-in value in the current motor graders that we have that I estimated about $75,000. The one that we traded in this year had about 6,500 hours. Again, it was a 2011, and we got $92,000 for it. So with current microchip shortage and used stuff going through the roof, it's hard to say what we'll get for trading.
Mr. Chairman.
okay. Commissioner Lassiter.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, these are also on your schedule. If we didn't replace these now, these are currently on your replacement schedule for what years?
So in 2022, we're on schedule to purchase 2 of them. So we have 4 currently that are not under warranty. We have 2 that will be replaced in 22, 1 that will be replaced in 23, and then we'll replace 2 in 24. So about 3 years out.
So they're on a schedule still?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Thanks, Joe, for giving us the update, and Travis for asking that question. Quite a few of our commissioners, Joe, weren't here when we had the great discussion on these graders. I mean, it was pretty intense, and we had some long, good conversations, and some very good information came out of it. I mean, it brought your crew together. You did intense gathering of your employees to pick out which piece of equipment works best for them, and they got their feedback in with it and so forth. But this was one of the things, I believe it is, then you brought forward your previous people, superintendent did all that stuff, but not all that stuff, but didn't get the approval for the graders. But it brought some great information it brought you to come up with a replacement plan, and this commission unanimously supported that, and that's what I'm in support of. I think we can get by from the information that was provided through all those conversations. I think you guys do a good job of maintaining them. If they do their vehicle checklist like they're supposed to, find the problems and train the operators, I think we can get by it. But I just wanted to give you the kudos for getting that plan to this commission and approved.
Absolutely. It's proved valuable over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So.
Okay,
With that, I'd move for denial.
Second.
I don't think you can speak and then make the
didn't hear
motion,
that.
but
I
that's
said,
okay.
I said with that, I'd move for denial.
So I have a motion. Is there a
Second.
second?
That was my second.
That was your second.
Wow.
You can third, Travis.
So I have a motion and a second to deny, and to keep them on the schedule that's currently out there for the time being. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Next one is the Fire Service Board,
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
move to direct the state's attorney to draft agreements with the volunteers fire departments for the distribution of funds to be used for the construction of new fire stations in Wasta, Quinn, and Scenic, and for the Creighton Radio project.
Second.
$1,837,000.
I've got a motion and a second. Uh,
One question.
Go ahead, Ross.
For the
Commissioner.
1,837,000, so we had 4 fire departments that I think we all agreed that for 500,000, they could get their new facilities built. So Silver City's still trying to locate a piece of land to put theirs. I'm trying to figure out, so if we have 3, that would be 1,500,000. I'm trying to figure out where the.
Okay, so is the Creighton Radio project, does that make up the difference?
Yes, sir.
337,000?
For boots on the ground, we had 3 fire stations that were good to go, and we're still waiting on the last, so we did not put that in the funding source, and the Fire Service Board was okay with that at this point.
Yep.
So we can get these moving forward.
So tell me about the Creighton Radio project.
I'll have Caleb do that.
Okay.
Charles, you want to come up too?
Caleb Dustman, Pennington County Fire Service Board. The Creighton Radio project is a project we're working on to increase our radio communications coverage up in the Creighton Pedro area. Right now there is we refer to as a dark hole up there. It is not uncommon throughout the county for us to have trouble getting radio coverage on our handheld radios, but most everywhere we can get coverage on our truck radios. This area we cannot get coverage on either one, and not having any communication with dispatch, our mutual aid partners is a pretty critical concern for us, especially the last couple of years. I've personally been up there and out in the eastern part of the county. We're kind of flatland firefighters, but in that area, we do have to transition into hikers as well. So that coverage is pretty crucial. That communications piece is very crucial.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Charles, did you have anything on that?
I guess Charles Maud, Vice President of Fire Service Board, and I can just tail on with Caleb here a little bit. This is for the Sheriff's Department's use and some other county uses also. That'll also for that area. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion?
My only discussion would be if Silver City's looking for a piece of land for another station, they don't have the station. Is there any way we could increase this to, Phil, do you got any idea what that piece of land's going to cost if you find a piece, so you can move forward with your station?
Morning, Commissioners. Phil Schleif, Silver City Chief. We're still hoping for a donation. There are still a couple possibilities on the Pennington County side that we're looking at. If we have to purchase something, real estate is just crazy right now, so it's very hard to say. It really depends on how generous the landowner would be. we were in the process of working with the Forest Service for an acre of land from them. It would have been on the Lawrence County side, but still right in that same area. So we're pushing really hard on like 3 different areas for private donation. We do have some funds in our budget that we can use to purchase land. So.
Okay, I just wondered if there's something that we should try to address today while we're doing this, so.
Yeah, and I hope we don't get forgot. I understand the concern about not having property but our need is great for that northern
Yeah,
station.
I don't think you're gonna get forgotten.
No,
but,
Perfect.
And
I
that's
think
what
the
I,
commission is all in
Yep.
support, of the 4 stations. And the only thing that's holding you up is once you get that piece of property, I think we're more than willing to step up to the plate again on that, so.
so, yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
just keep us posted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Commissioner Lassiter?
And just so you know, some of these projects are already ready to move forward, and so yes, you're right, we're not gonna forget about you. I'm pretty sure the commission is all, understands the needs for you, but we want to make sure that we can move forward on some of the other projects to get them moving. It doesn't make sense to hold everybody up for one particular, fire station, but, definitely have my ear, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
We just thank you for everything that you've done for us from the Fire Service Board, from our communities, and we just look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
What he said.
I also, Chairman, would like to thank this board also because bottom line is these are not just fire stations, these are community centers. So you're not only helping fire service, you're helping the communities to have a building. It's crucial for them just to move forward and show what they do also for those communities to have some type of building to meet. So I've heard from some of the community members, not just the fire service board, what this means to them and what you've done for them. So I'll say again, this board has been the best for when it comes to fire service and emergency responders in our communities. And I've always had a heart for the emergency responders. So in this case, thank you for radios. Thank you for the things that you're doing for every department. And also with 911, the things that we have made a difference on them, they had thanked me, but it was this board that did it. So as 5 commissioners, we're a team and we got it done. So we appreciate that from the first responders and me, because we have worked very hard to move forward on these stations.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
but
Oshkosh?
not only are they the first responders, but they're volunteer first responders. And so the least we could do is give them a decent facility if they're gonna volunteer their time and energy.
Yes, sir.
Charles?
Excuse me, I have one question. While all of us are sitting in the room, I'd like to address what is our next step? What do we need to get you to continue this step? And what form does it have to be in, and where does it go?
How do you get your money? Is that what you're
Pretty
asking
much
for?
what I'm asking, I guess. We're ready to go, so.
We can call the auditor back up.
Charles is ready, boots on the ground, and he's digging, so.
Sure, there's gotta be some notices.
Good question, Charles.
I think within the proposed motion that Holly had was to work with the state's attorney's office to do an agreement with these fire departments so that we know, obviously, have the language work back and forth on how we will move forward to get them the money to pay for them. So that's what I would just suggest following that motion.
And then what's the time frame maybe on that is what he's looking at?
I can't speak for the state's attorney's office.
Okay. So Jay, you got about a half week. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Are you going to have 450 firemen coming?
I would make one request, because I've heard a couple things now that I'm doing, is Pennington County Housing and working with volunteer fire departments on a number of agreements. Obviously, I can't make all that up out of whole cloth. I don't know what they need. I don't know what those terms are. So I would need assistance from all of those entities as here's the things, here's what they're called, here's how many, here's the money. I can't make that stuff up. So I'm going to need some significant assistance from the different entities to have them do some draft language of what they know would need to be in that agreement before it ever gets to me.
So the two would be Brian Ockbach. I'll have him contact you from Pennington County Housing, and I'm going to guess Pepper with Caleb and Charles are going to get that done for you. So, sorry, Pepper, I volunteered you again, but you do get it done for the paperwork stuff and helping these guys move forward. So,
So Cindy just calls that creative accounting, but you don't call that creative lawyering?
Yeah, I could make some things up, but it may not apply at all. So yeah, once I would get that from the various entities that are all receiving money, then I can put it in a format and add some of the truly legal provisions of indemnification if necessary, or terms or insurance, whatever it might be. But the vast majority of the provisions of a contract come from the entity that is wanting the service or providing the service. That's not the attorney work.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay. So Charles, I don't know if we definitively answered your question because I think you're looking for a time frame. But as you can see, I think everybody is moving forward with the motion, and we'll try to get things done as soon as we can.
Yep, and that's fine with me. I just wanted to know what our next step was is all. So, thank you.
You will be called upon.
Then after we get the agreements in place, we will have to schedule a hearing, a budget supplement hearing.
Okay.
To give the county spending authority to disperse those funds.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. So we've gone through the items that were on the list. There's some more items, I think, that are not on the list that we might want to discuss. And I'll go to Commissioner Laster. I think he has a proposal he'd like to talk about.
Yes, sir. I would like to speak about the Wall Industrial Park, and I see Mary's here, and I'd like for her to come up and just give us just an overview so we remember where we're at with that, and so she can let us know the status and what they're really waiting for, because I believe their project is basically ready to go, so the sooner we can move. We did talk about that $11 million being potentially for this project, but I think if we're going to wait for the final determination on that, it might put them way behind the power curve. So one of my thought processes was if we can move some of the monies around and go off these monies here to help get this project going, I think that would be a benefit to the Wall Industrial Park and getting them moving. So Mary, I'll let you kind of let us know where you're at, what the need is, and any options if it's not fully funded and whatnot.
Okay, Mary Williams, President of Wall Economic Development. And if I may, Chairman, I do have just a reminder sheet here.
Okay.
And as you look at this document, it is a cost estimate. And when you're studying the picture, please look at the right-hand side of that picture. And then at the left hand is where our industrial park is. And the right side of that picture is what we're asking or what we requested when we were here before. We requested the dollars to get from the left-hand side, which is Phase 1 Industrial Park, across to Creighton Road for our wastewater. We would like to do this project right the first time, and this is where we're stuck at right now, is getting from the park to the system over on Creighton Road. As far as we've been working on this for over a year now. The city council has committed to helping us fund the infrastructure inside the park. Our engineers provided me this yesterday, which is the construction plans for the infrastructure inside the park. So if you're wondering if we're putting skin in the game, yes, and it will exceed what we're requesting from you. What you're helping us do is to do it right the first time and get it from the Phase 1 to the Creighton Road. What else can I ask or answer questions for? Travis, help me here.
So Chairman, go ahead, Travis,
Oh.
it's your project.
Nope, you're fine. At this moment, I'll let you ask questions, and I might be able to tag in if there's any need.
Commissioner Adcock.
Okay, so Phase 1, how much did Phase 1 cost?
We're still working on Phase 1. We've put close to $100,000 in it to this point, and so we'll have nearly another 900,000 by the time we get a road built in and the infrastructure for sewer inside the park.
Okay, so you need outside the park, you need $1 million, and inside the park, you need $1 million?
Not from you folks. The city of Wall
Is gonna
has
commit $1
already
million.
committed, and I do have excerpts from minutes where the city council has committed to helping the infrastructure on the inside.
Okay.
And that happened in April, and then a short time after that, we heard about the American Rescue Plan, which caused us to go into pause because we thought maybe there'd be dollars to help us there. But it's kind of the chicken and the egg. We need industrial park, we need housing, and we need them at the same time. So the city council will not only be investing in the infrastructure of the industrial park, but also some development for housing that has come forth in Wall. So that's why some dollars from you folks to help us get across this county portion would be very much appreciated.
So Phase 1 is not done. Do they know they're committing $1 million?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying is,
Okay. So
we have been working on this in steps, and that's the minutes that I have from the city council, knowing that what their expenses are there.
that the minutes say that basically it's about $1 million.
Yes.
And then this part is, so you don't have Phase 1 built, right? You're just,
We have that staked, it's platted. We're at the point of deciding the infrastructure, not deciding, that's all planned too. That's what this 17-page construction plan is about. What I'm trying to say is we're shovel ready.
Okay.
We're at the point, we're ready to move dirt. We took a pause in April.
Right.
Trying to make sure that we didn't expend dollars that perhaps would be coming our way through the American Rescue Plan is what really
okay, so
halted us.
Phase 1, shovel ready, but not anything built on it. And then Phase 1, part of Phase 1 would be connecting some of the lift stations and the different things from Phase 1 into sewer plants and gravity sewers and putting it underneath railroads.
So we're ready to start selling lots, except we can't or we shouldn't until we know what our septic plan is. And so that's why I say we're on hold.
But what if
We've got the plans, we've got committed dollars.
Yep, I got that. So I'm saying, ma'am, what if we only funded portion of this? Are you still going to be
We
able
will
to?
still move ahead, and the city of Wall will back us on that. If we can get a portion of this, that would be extremely helpful, and less dollars that they have to come up with to cover both the residential and the industrial.
So if we gave like half that, 500,000, that would move you guys a long ways.
It would start us, I want to say next week, but I'm way. No.
Because
We're ready.
Phase 1 is paid for, so they're going to finish that, and that 500,000 is shovel ready to move forward on lift stations and everything
They
off
will.
of Phase 1.
Yes, that's what
So-
their commitment is.
How long does Phase 1 take to get done before you need all the lift station and stuff?
Well, here's our, as soon as we can get a dirt mower, here's our plan.
Okay, so
This is the construction
so
plan.
it's industrial, and then this is part of the lift station and stuff, and then across the road, this also would help the, housing.
Exactly.
Okay, ma'am,
Exactly.
thank you.
Does that
Sorry that
answer
it took me so
all your
long.
questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Lassiter.
It's kind of, if you don't mind, it's kind of like, you put in an area, either housing or a commercial area, but they can go in there and build everything, but when people need to go to the bathroom, they have nothing to connect to, and we're just trying to make sure that they have that line to the sewage so they can get that piece of it connected. That's what we're helping them with, is just taking care of that part of the infrastructure through the county. So, looking at the numbers, I saw that we are probably at what available out of the 6 million was 1.391 million. And the numbers I was looking at, with some of the other things we talked about 750,000. And I know I can't make a motion now since I talked about it, but I just figured I'd put that out there. I was at least looking at that as an option to help get them moving so that, with the updated numbers, correct me if I'm wrong too, Mary, the numbers are updated. It's a little bit lower than what we originally had presented to us, because I thought it was a little over 1 million, but now it's the new updated, estimate is $926,000. Is that correct?
For that portion of
For
it,
that
yes.
particular portion that you're asking for the funds for. So it's actually, with new estimates, it's a little less than $1 million than from what they originally proposed to us, back in March, I think is when we first started talking about this.
Okay, so the dollar amount, though, you're talking about, Travis, is 750,000.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I will make a motion of allocating the construction cost, the estimated construction cost of $661,900.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Give me those numbers again, 600.
$661,900. That would be the estimated construction cost, and then the remainder would just be contingencies and just other soft cost.
I've got a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Mary, that was one of my questions. We talked about residential because we've been, Walls had a hard time with housing up there and affordable housing and so forth. And so now as I'm looking at this, why didn't we start with the sewer line to the property first and that before developing the industrial? Or should it not you guys?
Well, we've been working on it hand in hand. And as we try to move forward, all pieces have to come together. So we've had the plan for the sewer system, but this portion, to do it, like I said, right, is the part that we were stuck on, I guess, is what I'd like to say.
Okay, I'm going to support this for the reason, not so much because the industrial up there, because I'm not familiar with Wall, but I know industrial out there would probably it's going to take a little while to fill in, whereas the residential, the help that this is going to help for the residential is going to be immediate, I think. So that's why I'm going to support the motion on the floor.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion of $661,900 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So, Chairman.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Or Adcock.
So just, I don't know if Holly had talked to anybody about this, but we had visited, and my heart's set on retention of employees. And I think it's not just mine, I shouldn't speak of it like mine, it's our intention, I think, that she had drawn up, and I think you guys have that on your dais, no? So Holly, can we make a copy of this? So we have full-time and part-time employees, and she worked with John. And so to fund 737 full-time employees at $500 for a bonus or retention and $250 for part, or $250 for 56 part-time employees. Those full-time would include, election workers, and then the part-time also would include weed and planning board members. They did do some other ones that would include BOC and different stuff like that, which would be us, and I don't think that would be appropriate, but the total on those two was 737 full-time and 56 part-time would be 382,500.
How much?
387 or 382,500, but let's have Holly kind of show you what I'm thinking. Or what we're thinking. And John and Holly did some of these numbers and had some other suggestions, but my suggestion is in order to retention of employees and then be creative on some of the other things, we give them very good, I believe, benefits. But I think through retention and we're hiring new people, that kind of thing, and we're getting new FTEs, I think it's appropriate that we remember on this team who has stayed with us through all of this. And that is our full-time and some of our part-time that have been here for years. So I remember just COVID when people got $600 or, $300 or whatever they got, they were just amazed. And I know this is taxpayer dollars in a sense, but it also, those 800 employees are taxpayers. They're also people that, in any case, if you look for any business or anywhere else, people are losing people left and right. And our people are staying with us, most of them. So maybe that's pretty heartfelt in one sense, but the other, I think, this is money well spent for people that work their butt off for us, and they're our team. So if you could look at those and see what you think. Like I said, it's about 400,000. Yeah, I think it's well worth anything that we would spend in this county at this time for one-time money.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Laster.
I have a question. Is it for all current employees, or is there a start date when they had to have started before this? And I'm just asking that question because if we're looking at this as a retention, is it employees that at least meet 1 year being here, or is it somebody who just got hired 2 weeks ago that this would cover them?
John and Holly, if you could verify that.
Morning again, Commissioners. John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources. So the data that I pulled actually includes all current employees. And I'd like to make a correction to some of the earlier discussion from Commissioner Hadcock. You'll notice on the worksheet that there's positions that are excluded. Election workers are excluded. Planning board are excluded. Weed and pest board are excluded. It also excludes legal summer interns. So the ones that were just hired this summer into both state attorneys and PDO, as well as the rally deputies that were hired just for Sturgis. But it does include all other current employees. And then as we looked at this, what we would suggest as well is that if approved, you can see the numbers here that are just bonus only. And you can see also when we actually add in SSI, Medicare, and retirement, it raises the number a bit. But we would also exclude anybody that had given notice or would no longer on our payroll as of the time that this would be paid, which is suggested on the October 1st paycheck.
So Chairman, follow up. So
Commissioner Hadcock.
if I could, Travis, I would do the ones that have just joined us in a sense also because we want to retain them and show them that we treat them in Pennington County pretty good when they give us the service that we need and be part of our team. So even when people join my team, when I hire, I do give them that bonus because I want them to stay. I want them to show them that, we treat people good here. So if you have, I don't know what your thoughts are, but just from having employees, I think it shows appreciation. So I don't know what your thoughts were, but.
No, I mean, I run a nonprofit, and our dollars are tight, but when we have the opportunity to give it a bonus, we do give a bonus because it does show appreciation. That's not what I was getting at. I was just wondering, and some of it is because of the conversation we had with the sheriff's department, if they're getting a $4,000 sign-on bonus, and then are they falling into the same category? So how are we doubling up on those? And I was thinking more of the line of, if we said it that you had to be at least 1 year an employee of the county as of September 1st, so it gave up 30 days to kind of process it for HR for that October 1 paycheck, I would be more comfortable with that, because then it sets that these individuals came in, they've worked, and we're showing that appreciation to them even just after a year of working. And I don't want it to get muddled with any of those that we're giving a $4,000 bonus to. Not that I have not that I'm saying I don't want to give them a $4,000 bonus, but now you have that process of potentially double dipping. And so I think someone who's been here from at least September 1st and moving forward, and it meets that year point at September 1st of 2021, those, or early, or earlier than that, they've been here longer than that, those would be the ones that I would look at as meeting the criteria, rather than just opening up for all of them starting now and whatever. I guess maybe, I hope I'm explaining that right, but I think that's what I'm looking at, because it's showing those who are here, who stayed, who have worked through some of this COVID stuff with us, our appreciation to them.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you giving me the call last night and kind of giving me the heads up on this, because this would have been, I don't think I'm prepared to vote on this today, but the discussion, I think, is well worth having. I mean, I actually, coming from a person who's received bonuses, and our employees receive bonuses, and seeing how they're received and so forth, and what's been happening in our community the last couple of years. I mean, stimuluses are getting sent out, there's a lot to think about that I thought about overnight, but after getting this sheet, I really appreciate this, because I like the gift card idea. And I absolutely respect the idea that the quality of it is, it's not to a certain group or section or something along those lines. It's equal across the board to everybody, to everything. But, I mean, I sparked a fire. But,
There'll be more coming, I'm sure.
yeah, but I mean, that's kind of what I looked at this. I need some more time to process
Sure.
this myself, and plus see the numbers that are left over from some of our other priorities, because we left some stuff out. But I welcome the discussion, but I just wanted to make that point that we got to kind of look through that. And some of the suggestions on here, the gift cards and the barbecues and those type of things, the gratitude, I kind of like that.
Joseph, you have something?
If I could, just a minute, I want to talk to the sign-on bonus. So there was a question about that. There are critical positions to our operation that it's nearly impossible to fill. That was done with the intent of trying to fill those positions in the jail. It's completely separate from any bonus or appreciation signs that the commission might consider. That's a necessity to help us actually maintain the operation. So I would offer that. This, as it was brought to me with questions and suggestions, is basically just a calculation based upon the questions that I had been asked to answer. The idea of offering this to all current employees is to make sure that we don't have any of those that, yeah, you get it, but no, you don't. It creates heartache and discontent within the ranks, and I think that would be unfair, even though I agree with the concept. It's a challenge to say, okay, well, you deserve it and you don't. That creates more headaches than it solves for. And the goal here is just to say, hey, thanks. We're sure glad you're part of the county team, and we appreciate your efforts in helping us provide services for the citizens. So with that, I'll stop. So.
That's all right. Travis, I just wanted to speak to your 1 year deal also. We've got, just in Highway Department 4 that I can think of, and this might need some clarification from John, but then we've got 2 brand new part-time people. So from what I understand, our 2 brand new part-time people would get the bonus, and then our 4 full-time people would not, because they haven't been here a year. So I think I would agree with John that I think it needs to be everybody in all.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody, even, when Sheriff brought forward the $4,000 sign-on bonus, John and I had been talking about this, I don't know, May sometime, and the idea is retention, right? Talking to our people, they want to feel appreciated, whatever we can do, whatever, if that's $500, if that's $200 or whatever that might be. So they know that we're thinking about them and we want them to stay, right? Because even just at County Highway, any of my current employees could go probably make quite a bit of money doing other things. But they choose to be here working for Pennington County and most of them saving Pennington County money in the long run. Our shop foremen, our mechanics, our highway workers, thinking of new ways to do things and giving it their all every day. So they make a choice. I know county highways probably maybe a little bit unique in that aspect that we compete with the construction industry and the trucking industry and the mechanics, but any one of those guys could go to work with a CDL or their mechanic background and make probably $10-15 an hour more than what they're making in a county highway. So,
Chairman,
Okay, thank you.
how many
Commissioner
employees
Hackett.
do we have in Pennington County or Holly? Anybody know?
737 full-time and
Well,
56 part-time.
793. I thought we had 800 and some employees. No, 793. So that would hit them all at 382.5. Right, Holly?
Say that again?
The number was 382.5 would hit 793 employees. Am I correct?
If you excluded the board,
Yep.
with Social Security, Medicare, and retirement costs, it would be $432,915. That's total cost. Wages only would be $380,000.
Okay.
And Commissioner LaCroix, to answer your question, with the motions that the board has approved today, out of the 6 million, right now you have remaining $729,930.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
one of the things that come across my mind when I was told this may be coming forward, I didn't see none of the numbers. This is totally new, but one of the things that come across my mind is I'm on a nonprofit board, just like Travis is, and they're struggling with getting people hired, and they have given bonuses, retention bonuses out of the COVID fund money to their employees, but they were finding that wasn't enough, and so they were looking at raising the wages, and the number that's sticking in my head is like 300. It was going to cost that company $350,000 for 1 year to raise it $1 for their employees. $1 of their wages annually every year was going to cost them, and so that's what I struggle. I'm not going to say anything. I think I need to stew on this a little bit and think about it a little bit more and talk with more on the side with this. But as I was reading through even today's the department head meeting, and one of John's comments was the recent stats from the South Dakota Department of Labor shows that 95% of the current employees will be leaving their jobs in the next 12 months.
Good luck with that.
No, it's the truth, and I'm just saying these are some of the things that I was thinking of in the last 8 hours. Was that how do you retain them? I've been to classes to where our younger generation is moving faster, not staying longer. They're working 2 to 3, 4 years at a place and moving on. Our county employees don't. Why? Because we treat them well. If you stop and think about our retirement, if our employees stay to their retirement and get their Social Security, they're probably making more than they are working. You're the number gal. I've heard that from some of the police officers with their pension and with Social Security. That's something we don't promote. We don't promote our health care. Our board worked hard, so we're not raising our rates. That's why we asked for that $400,000. I mean, these are things I think our employees also need to know. But these are things that I'm thinking about, and I wanted to bring to your guys' attention that these are running through my mind, thoughts are running through my head as I'm going through this. It's not that I don't support it or anything, it's just that I gotta be able to justify it.
Okay. Further discussion on it?
So Chairman, for me, it's justified. It's something that I think it's going to make a huge difference for our employees right now. Been beating this dead horse, I already know, but just from seeing it and having employees myself. So I'm listening to you, Commissioner LaCroix, but I think these numbers were efficient, and they're covering most of our employees here. Holly, why, can I ask you a question, Holly? The 788 employees, because you're not including BOC and who else?
Election workers, Board of Commissioners, Weed and Pest Board, and the Planning Board. Also
Okay.
excludes summer legal interns and the rally deputies.
Okay, so that makes sense on the 788. And that, so explain the 432,915 was supposed to, that taken out is because of what?
It's taxable bonus. You have to include the Social Security and the retirement.
Okay, so it would be the 432,915.
Correct.
Okay.
If you did the 500 for part-time and 250 for part-time employees.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Laster.
I have a question for John. John, how would this impact individuals? I see your separation as, anybody who has rendered their notice of separation as of August 17th as well. How's this going to impact individuals who are planning on retiring as well? Now, is that August 17th? They've notified us that they're going to retire, but if they retire after October 1st, they would still get this appreciation bonus? I mean, kind of walk me through that process. I think you understand where I'm thinking on this.
So our pay cycles, John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources, our pay cycles run 2 weeks in arrears. So if people have given notice and are no longer on our payroll, they wouldn't qualify for the bonus. We have some folks that have already given notice and have intentions to leave in the next couple of weeks. So they would not be eligible for this. I've not factored that in. So I don't know the numbers within the departments. I don't normally get that data until they come to us for an exit interview. But it's going to be a smaller number, but it will slightly decrease the overall expense. I don't think I answered your question. So basically, people that aren't on our payroll at the time this is paid would not be paid this bonus.
So someone who had an intent to retire, let's say November 1st, could technically receive this appreciation and then retire shortly after?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
It's 1 week's pay.
Huh?
It's about 1 week's pay.
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
Comes out to it's about.
So I calculated. So I don't know if you've seen the numbers for Social Security. This year again, CPI was 1.2%. The estimated CPI for next year is going to be a little bit over 5%. That's what they're saying at this point for Social Security recipients. How the state's going to calculate CPI for next year, I can't begin to guess, but I would assume it's going to be a little bit higher number.
Yeah.
We generally have tried to maintain a pay system that incorporates that, or at least has an offset. Now, we're on a completely new pay scale this year, so it's been an adjustment for everybody. It's structured differently to help move increases more early in people's careers. But that said, if we were to give a 5% bonus or a 5% increase, it's slightly over $2 million it would cost the county. So understand that this is a great thing to do. It's affordable. It tells the employees that we do care. We're sure glad you're here. But know that next year, as we take a look at some of this, there's probably going to be different questions we'll have to answer. And those will be ongoing costs versus a one-time cost that we're asking for today.
John?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, let me give you a little feedback of what I've heard when I used to work out at the plant.
Oh, yeah.
And you used to get a bonus instead of a percentage of your raise.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody was happy because it's a loss of cash every week, compounded year after year. The county, I think there was a couple of years, 1 year or 2 years, we didn't take the CPI or didn't increase the wages. And we had to work through that.
to catch up.
I just wanted to share that because, you know, working in 27 years in a plant that would usually give a raise every year, cost of living or CPI, to not do it and then give a bonus, I heard a lot of people talk about that. And that's what concerns me when I talk about bonuses. My employer gives bonuses at Christmas time. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the deal, and they do it yearly, and they got a plan for it. That's them. You know, appreciation to employees is a little more than just a week's wages because it's soon forgot. You know, I think it's a compounded thing, is like you had in here with barbecues
Yes.
and potlucks, and I think a lot of our departments are very good at doing that. But I just wanted to share that part about,
I understand.
you know, you can give a bonus CPI when you start talking about uh, uh, wages. You know, I have the feeling we're going to get hit hard. We're going to struggle now. We're talking about giving bonuses and sign on to get people on. You're seeing in our area people raising their wages, raising them. And I just said that one nonprofit, what it was going to cost them every year, you know, just to give $1 a raise. We're seeing people jumping $2, $3 an hour for try and get people in.
Yes, sir. I don't disagree. If I could, Chair, the research that I've done so far on wage rates is that what we're seeing right now is basically COVID-driven, pandemic-driven. Increases that are currently in place is because of this sudden shortage of people. Those people still exist. They've just decided that they didn't want those jobs that maybe put them in higher risk or weren't what they wanted to do anymore. There's a lot of folks that are changing careers. What I guess the basis of most of the content I've seen is that these increases we're seeing in some of the entry-level positions are temporary. Those wages will drop back down once people return to the workforce, and suddenly all of the available resources are no longer there. Those people will return to work. So they're saying this will continue probably for the next year, 2022. But you should see those entry-level wages actually drop back to where they were. And in some cases, they've already done that in parts of the country where they're lower than they were at the beginning of the pandemic. What I would suggest, though, is that while I believe we're doing a good job for employees in 2023 is going to be a different story. You're going to see a sizable increase necessary in adjustment to our wage scale, at least in what I'm seeing now. But for this year and next year, we've got a great program. It's the year after that it's going to probably put a pinch on other spending that we look at within the county. No, I don't disagree, though, Lloyd. I mean,
No,
yeah.
I was going to tell you, you know, our unemployment's been at about 3%. You've said this before, and that you say we got people in the wings that just haven't come back to work. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I think people have gotten jobs working from home.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that. But, you know, 3%'s been where we've been at for quite a while, right around there. And I think when you get down to into 3%, that's where you have problems hiring, because a lot of people, those people are difficult to work with. They move from job to job and so forth. So I think we have that problem. So that's just my thoughts on that. But I don't see somebody giving higher wages and then dropping them. You know.
Yeah. I think we'll see, once the hospitality industry no longer needs folks this fall, I think you'll see a pretty significant change. Again, that's what the forecasts are showing. But for our area especially, when the hotels no longer have visitors, then suddenly you've got hundreds, if not thousands, of people looking for work again. So,
Commissioner Adcock.
So my motion would be the 432,915 with SSI Medicare retirement taken out.
So I have a motion to approve bonuses, total cost of $432,915. Is there a second? I'll second for discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I understand where this is coming from, but to have it just brought forward today, I would much rather prefer to take some time and think about it and have a little other discussions. So I would prefer to have it brought back like with some of the other stuff that we put off.
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I'm going to keep fighting for this only for the fact that the numbers are good and it does include the people we need on the 788. It doesn't include us, which I appreciate. And the other thing is we also last year did 10% cuts off these departments. And some of that is given back to those departments that, showing appreciation in that sense as well. So I think it's long deserved. It's something, like I said, we had cut people last year for reasons we needed to, and we found out in the long run they did what we needed to do, and so did the employees, and they stayed with us. So 432.19 is the least we could do for people that have stayed with us and went forward. You can think about it, but I still think it'll be the same number when we come back. Those numbers aren't going to change. So that's my thought, and I think it's going to be well appreciated.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Lassiter.
Where I'm sitting at, and I know all the conversation, I hear it, I understand if we isolate certain individuals based on the time when they came on, then some people, think that they're not valuable. But if we give everyone the same, people who just came on who haven't even, might be going through training or whatever the case may be, and they get it, how the people that have been here for a while will see that, especially if some of those don't work out and don't stay here for a while. That's my only hang up. I kind of want it to be where we're showing appreciation for someone who has shown that they're, working towards and value for in the county and working in there. And I get what you're saying, Joe. I really get what you're saying, and that's the other struggle to me, because whenever I sit there and talk about that, we've got people that are going to fall out of the ranges regardless what we do. So whichever way we go down this, at least with what's being presented in front of us right now, that's where my struggle is, because it looks like there's some people that are going to get dropped one way or the other. And so, but if everybody gets it, and then you're going to make some of our long-term, you potentially make some of our long-term people mad too. And I don't know, because that's just kind of how I'm seeing it and how it's spinning in my head. Maybe I'm wrong in that aspect, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there should be a little bit more of a constraint on that, and maybe there can be some added exceptions for those individuals who are seasonal versus full-time. But I'm kind of struggling with it. I do want to appreciate our employees with a bonus, so don't get me wrong on that.
Is there any other department heads that are wanting to weigh in on this? I mean, Janet, are you wanting to weigh in on this? Seems like the department heads would be up here, visiting with us a little bit about if, like I said, if we have to be creative, but the only one that's been here is Joe and now Janet.
Janet Saylor, County Treasurer. I don't disagree with what the commissioners are saying. I don't disagree with you, Deb. I don't disagree with you. The only problem is, in a sense, I think that's correct. People that aren't even over their 90 days, they weren't here when we fought the COVID battle. They weren't here every day in the fear that the employees had that came to work every day, with people sitting right next to them, going home sick, finding out they were positive for COVID. I think, personally, we need to give the bonus to the employees that were here, that stood by us in the rough year that we had last year. It wasn't a good year, I can tell you, for my office. I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I'm sure it wasn't a good year for the auditor's office with the influx of people that they had all the time. But I think if you're going to reward employees, we need to reward the employees that went through COVID with us, and not to every employee that just came on 2 weeks ago or a month ago. Those employees shouldn't be entitled to the bonus. That's my opinion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
And that's the problem I've been having, is that we need the concept is absolutely great, but I think we have to dial it in. We need to focus on the employees that really deserve it, newer ones that came on. That's the problem I'm having with this right now. So thanks for coming up, Janet, and speaking.
And I know the employees that went through that a year ago would appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Janet. Mark, or Cindy?
I would agree with Janet that those people that worked all of 2020, worked through all of the difficult situations that they have, I think needs to be more consideration for those people. I don't disagree with Deb on the retention. I have spoke to our wage scale, the structure of our wage scale. If we want to retain people, I think that if you've been here for 10 years, your percentage of your wage increase should be the same as the guy that was here 3 years, not that he gets a bigger percentage of a raise than you get. So I think we need to look at the structure of our wage scale for retention. Maybe not, I won't speak to the base wage. That's John's expertise as far as I'm concerned on that. But I don't like that. If somebody's been here 10 years, they get less of a raise than somebody that's been here 3 years. I don't like that part as far as retention goes. My other comment that I have in conjunction with this is, please do not do gift cards.
Don't what?
Oh.
I didn't.
Please don't give gift
Yeah,
cards.
that was my evil eye.
Well, I kind of figured that when I seen you.
Don't do.
They are taxable as well, and it's a lot harder for us to go through and adjust everybody's taxable wages because you did a gift card. It's just
Yeah.
easier to do it right in their check.
I've got them and I like them, so tough it out.
Jeez.
That's what the chair did.
Joseph.
Joe,
Now,
you got
you come
something?
and do it for us.
I'm just joking. I was.
This is just another idea that, John and I spoke about, prorating it, right? So those employees that have been here 30 days, 90 days, 6 months, do a proration of it, right? So they get something, but they don't necessarily get as much as a person that's been here a full year. And I think we need to focus not necessarily on COVID. I think we need to focus on retention. Like I said, any of our guys over at Highway could go work and make a minimum of $2, $3, $4 an hour more anywhere in this city or the surrounding areas right now. So I think we need to focus on the retention, not necessarily COVID. I understand other offices have some different opinions on that, but that's just an idea of a proration of it. 30 days, 90 days,
So
6
Chairman.
months.
Thank you, Joe.
After listening to everybody, maybe that's, the prorate sounds probably the best that I've heard yet, so,
So listen to Mark.
okay.
I'm going to see if I can do better. Mark Vargo, Pennington County State's Attorney. First off, I will say COVID's still here. I just sent your inestimable Chief Civil Deputy home because he was a close contact on Monday. So we're not done with that, and I think the people that are still here with us deserve same kind of recognition the people that went through last year with us. And when we're talking about retention, even if we might draw distinctions between those two groups, I think we need to be good to everybody to retain them. But I'm going to come back to what Commissioner LaCroix said, and I'm going to tell you that one way to prorate this, to make sure that it goes to the people that have been here and that are staying here, is to turn it into a 1%, or I guess it'd be closer to 0.5% of COLA. If you do that, then it only pays out over time. The employees will hear about it. They know it's coming in. They know that you're thinking about them and trying to do something for them. But if they leave in a month, they only got a month's worth of that 0.5% raise or that percent raise or whatever you think you can accomplish. I think that's a mechanism to prorate it, and it also helps fix. My complaint with Gallagher, and I know Cindy has hers, I have mine, we all probably have different issues with it, and it's okay data, is that we're drawing so many exceptions to our rules that we're about to lose the rules. We're changing things for bonuses and for hiring and moving people from the bottom of the scale to the middle of the scale, even though they don't have any experience. I get that we need to do that, and I understand why the commission has approved each and every one of those. But when you have that many of them, it suggests that maybe your base plan is not as good as it ought to be. And I think a 1% COLA would actually send the same message to the employees that the bonuses would send, but would also start to address some of the issues that we have with that Gallagher wage scale, and it would make sure that anybody who's not here for a year doesn't actually get the full benefit of the bonus. So just my thoughts.
Well, Cindy, how would that work? Would it work with, you said the gift cards, that'd be a nightmare. Is this a nightmare or is this something workable?
To do COLA is not a nightmare. We've done it in the past. It's something we can handle within our system. Put in a specific date, tell what percentage of COLA, and it will adjust the scale right within our payroll system. We don't have to go in and touch every employee unless they're not on scale because they're off scale because of our Gallagher scale.
But so would they still get a percentage, or they would still get some of the COLA even though they were off the percentage? So we would still be hitting those long
Yes, we would still adjust the people that are off scale by the same percentage that the others would get for a COLA, yes.
But would it make me get $100 this year and Gary get 500? Or is it all just across the board the same?
It's a straight percentage on your base rate. So it's going to vary because everybody's at a different
That's what I'm
rate.
saying. So.
So that means
Get
that.
$100 based on his rate.
Yeah.
And he gets $500 an hour, and my base rate is $8 an hour, so I get $100.
It's good. Yes, it's based
Compounded
on
yearly,
it's
though.
a flat percentage.
Yeah, but
It's not a flat
so everybody
dollar
wouldn't
amount.
get the same as 250. Everybody wouldn't get the same as 500. So I don't know if I like that much, because that wasn't my point, I guess.
It's compounded every year, though.
It is.
Every year it's there.
Yeah, but that wasn't the point of having the one-time money. Am I correct? Am I correct?
Well, there's two ways
One-time
to
money.
look at it. You either do a one-time bonus or you do a percentage, which increases an employee's wages throughout their lifetime of employment with the county. It's an ongoing perpetual cost.
Which that's not was our intention.
Okay.
So.
Joe?
But the prorated, you can still hit your net effect of not everybody gets the same amount based on how long and still not be compounded.
So the prorated to me in my mind, makes more sense because it's one-time cost. Plus it would treat people, like you said, if they were 3 days or 6 years. So the prorated makes more sense to me anyway. Okay.
Joe?
Brian?
I would just agree with Vargo. The 1%, our long-term employees. That's one of the concerns that have been brought up with the Gallagher wage scale. Right. I had a mechanic in my office just a couple weeks ago saying, "Okay, but I'm at the midpoint, so I get a less of a percentage of a raise because I've been here longer than the guy that gets hired." Yesterday, next year he'll get a 3% raise, and I only get a 1.5% raise. So the COLA would be a good way to prorate that overall and help those long-term employees out that are seeing that issue. So
Increase our budgets.
Brian.
Joseph?
Good morning, Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff's Office. And I did get a chance to visit just a little bit with the sheriff about this earlier, and he would also agree with doing the half or the full percent COLA, having the same impact that we're trying to do to let our employees know that we appreciate them, but also speaks to what John's talking about potentially in 2022 and 2023, taking a little bit of the catch-up out that we're going to have to eventually probably do with our wage scale anyways. That would catch us up just a little bit. So we appreciate everybody's concern and discussion today. It's been very good. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner LaCroy?
I would make a motion to continue
You're
this to
going
our
to need to offer a
substitute motion. I'd offer a substitute motion to continue this to our next Board of Commissioners meetings and direct staff to bring back the 3 different options that we talked about today with the information. Does that sound fair?
If I could. So thank you for the motion, Commissioner LaCroy.
I do have a motion. No, I got a second.
I second it.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Okay. What I would like to offer a couple things. If your intent is a one-time expense, the bonus is the best option. If your intent is to increase the wages, the 1% COLA adjustment would be ideal. We did actually for this year, our first year with the new structure, we added a 1% COLA to this year as well. Just based upon observations of what we are seeing in the market for last year coming into the new fiscal year. The 1% COLA would help the overall expenses, if you will, for the employees. I see that as a great benefit for them. It increases the overall operating costs for the county. But doing a 1% with this motion, or as we get to that point, would also take some of the impact, the potential financial impact off of the county in 2023. At this point, if we do the 1% now, that would reduce the potential COLA increase that you'll have to do for that fiscal year. So there's a benefit. To me, it makes sense both ways. If it's a one-time expense, the bonus is the way to go. I've done it prorated, so I have the figures. I figured there might be some discussion on, well, who should or who shouldn't, and how many months do they qualify. So I've already calculated all that. But the COLA piece is something that I see as a huge win for folks as well. The final point I want to, go ahead.
John, the amount is what I'm worried about. We're increasing in the budget and that increasing, and that's what we're worried about, the expenses that keep going. But I think it's a bigger discussion on wage and Gallagher than we think. Just from listening to departments this year, just by seeing what Gallagher, everybody is coming in and changing the scales. So those scales are way past, we aren't even following what they told us to do. So making a new adjustment on 1% on the Gallagher and doing stuff, I'm listening to you folks, but I'm also seeing a lot of those people that we adjusted, that was a lot of people adjusted to make sure they were supposedly in the job description, which put us in the Gallagher study way out of line where we were thinking in the first place. So we're really, to me, it looks like we're really messing up the Gallagher. And I'm part of that, so I'm saying we. So how do we get back without adding COLAs, without adding something else, is looking, not only do the bonuses and then look at an overall study again of the Gallagher and what has happened in the last year or so. And I think, like you said, it might get you ahead in one sense, John, but if they keep changing everything on these job description, everything, it's not going to get you ahead. That budget is going to be increased a whole lot different.
If I could.
Yes,
You have
sir.
1 point,
Yes, so two pieces of that, if I could, sir, I'm sorry. But the one has to do with the job descriptions. We're actually doing what we're supposed to with job descriptions now. We hadn't looked at them in many departments for 10 or 15 years. Updating them annually is actually a best practice. Getting them so they're more accurate and actually speak to what the responsibilities and tasks and duties are in those departments is ideal. In a perfect HR world, that's what you want to see happen. Annual updates, corrections, changes, new positions. What the departments are doing is actually restructuring internally so they can better provide services for the citizens. With regard to the Gallagher scale, I will go back to the process of getting to where we are with that structure. Midpoint on our current scale, 24 steps, but midpoint is at step 7. That was done intentionally with the vote by the department heads to actually allow our people to move up the scale more quickly in an attempt to help retain them. If you can get them to a midpoint 5 years earlier, that means their earnings are higher more quickly, and also that they're being paid where they would be in the market in most cases. Some of those things are going to fluctuate. You're going to see changes, but ideally, that's why we selected step 7 as the midpoint on our scale. Is it written in stone? No, we can actually move that to a different step. It doesn't mean that you have to have a new study. That's not what it would mean. We can make the adjustment to the scale. It's going to take a motion from the board to actually make those adjustments. Financially, that would impact the county, but I don't know how until we would actually do it and try to work through what that means for your employees.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Roskinek.
John, I think we knew going in when we switched to the Gallagher scale that was not going to be a smooth transition.
No.
And we're going to have to get the wrinkles out of it. And we knew that the key to that was aligning the job descriptions to the different steps. And I think we figured it's going to take 1 or 2 years. And so
yes, sir.
I would expect once this thing gets stabilized, it's going to run a lot smoother and we're not going to have to make these modifications.
Okay, our conversation has kind of led off the
Yes,
track
sir.
of the substitute motion, so I'm going to bring us back to that. We have a substitute motion, which would ask the staff to bring back information. You indicated 3 different
Yeah, it was three. It would probably be the COLA part, the bonus part, and they were talking, what else was you guys?
Prorated.
With prorated.
It's prorated, so bring back at least those
Okay.
three.
So I have a motion and a second to do that. Further discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a clarifying question too. Now, are you wanting numbers with those as well? Totals?
Yes, the bump, we need from our total deal,
Right.
on one-time funds.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I want to throw one more thing into the mix to bring back that'll be coming back for further discussion, as will the financial software.
Yeah.
And I want to throw one other thing into it. I know that we increased the amount for the Central States Fair Board. However, I would like to see us come up with $250,000 for asphalt for the fairgrounds. The asphalt needs to be replaced. I hate to, even though we increased their amount, I hate to see them have to spend the increased amount on asphalt, so I'd like to get them started correctly. And I would propose that we come up with $250,000 for asphalt, and I would also ask that Joe Miller, our highway superintendent, would be the supervisor on that project.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
I think at this point, until we find out what that study comes from on the employees, I think we should hold off on voting for other stuff at this point.
That's what I suggested.
Yeah, he
We bring this
suggested.
back.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
I thought you were wanting a
No,
motion to that
no,
effect.
I just said I was.
Because I'm not
wanting it on
in
the table.
disagreement with that, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we got first chance opportunity Friday to inspect
That's right.
the midway.
That's right. Okay, so we have concluded discussion on item 16 at this point in time. And I'll go to 17, which is items from the public. Is there anybody here that would like to address the commission from the public? Any concerns? If not, I know we're running behind, but I would ask the commission to move 18, 19, and 20 to the end of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to move 18, 19, and 20 to the end of the agenda. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion or opposed? Motion approved.
Motion for 5-minute break, sir.
Second.
I've got a motion for a 5-minute break and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to go in Board of Adjustment.
Got a motion to
Second.
go into the Board of Adjustment in a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Just want to point out for those that have items coming before the Board of Adjustment, that when we sit as a Board of Adjustment, we need to have to approve anything, we need to have 4 positive votes. So if there's any point in time that you're thinking that you want to bring it back, you bring your issue back, give that some consideration before we're taking it up for discussion. Cody.
Cody Sack, Environmental Planner. Item A is variance VA 21-21. It is to allow a stick-built structure, a 12 by 20, that is less than the required 20 by 20 feet to be used as a single-family residence. The applicant is Holly and Shadrach Howie. Current zoning of the property is agriculture district. Access is off Antelope Creek Road, and there is special flood hazard area on the property, the 100-year floodplain. When reviewing variances, we take a two-pronged approach. For prong number 1, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. For number 1, does it injure the neighborhood? No, the request does not appear to be a threat or nuisance to the neighborhood. Number 2, does it conform to the neighborhood? No, the requested use appears to conform to the neighborhood. However, single-family residents in that area appear to be the required 20 by 20 living space. Number 3, the zoning ordinance requires a 20 by 20 living space. The structure that is proposed is under that 20 by 20. For number 4, it does not apply. Number 5, no, the request does not appear to harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community. And for prong number 2, whether a special condition exists to grant the variance, no special condition exists that would be required to grant the variance. Currently on the property, there's a 12 by 20 shed slash single family residence. There was a building permit for a temporary building permit that has expired, and there is no on-site wastewater treatment system on the property. This was routed around for interdepartment review. There were no major comments or concerns that were received. I did just talk to County Highway. They do have some concerns with access that will be addressed during the building permit process. The applicant has applied to reduce the living space for a single-family residence from 20 by 20 to a 12 by 20. The applicant originally applied for a building permit for a shed. Upon a site visit by staff, the structure that was placed on the property had a full living quarters. The applicant is working with the environmental planner on installing a septic system. Staff is recommending denial of variance VA 21-21 as there is no special conditions that exist on the property. But if the board disagrees and approves the request, staff has two conditions.
Any questions of Cody before we move forward
Chairman.
here? Commissioner LaCroix?
Cody, I was reading through this, and how many acres is this?
It is 27.59.
27 acres. So in the future, could there, right now, there's no septic on there, on the property, but we have electric. In the future, what happens if they decide to build a full house?
A full house, he'd have to get another building permit, and he'd have to request either a conditional use permit for an accessory structure or a ADU unit for this structure, or remove this structure off the property.
So they'd have to apply for the accessory unit?
If they wanted to keep this one on the
If they want to
property.
keep this, because it's no longer a
The single
shed, it's more like a tiny home right now.
Correct, and it actually is a tiny home.
Yep.
He came in and got a building permit for a shed, and staff went out because he was getting a conditional use permit and took pictures, and it's full-on living quarters inside,
Yep.
Which requires a 20 by 20 living space. So instead of getting the conditional use permit, he's requesting the variance and
Yep.
to do a single-family residence with a septic system. He wants to do holding tanks. Which there's plenty of room on the property for a full septic system, and the soils pass the profile test. So if he wants to do holding tanks, he's going to have to come in front of the board for approval for those holding tanks.
So he's done profile,
He's done perk and profile, yes.
he's done perk and profile already, so that's a plus, okay.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock?
so his intent was to put a shed out there, or to me, if you're a builder and you just said you're gonna be able to put a shed out there, but you didn't put a shed out there, you knew rightly well that you had living space in a 12 by 20 building. Now, maybe if you were learning stuff and you were a builder that didn't build before, it might be a little bit different. But when you're a builder and you put a shed and you didn't come in for a building permit, plus you want to have a holding tank instead of on-site wastewater on something that you have living space on, all sorts of issues in my head say wrong. So I can't see approving this today based on factual information and this being a builder. So just my thoughts.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Cody, what do they use that for? I didn't see any furniture in there, and it doesn't look like there's a driveway. It doesn't look like there's steps to the.
So this was actually placed out there after he applied for the condition. What ended up happening was he came in, he told staff that he wanted to store a shed on the property. That requires a conditional use permit to have an accessory before a primary. So he got the temporary building permit, applied for the conditional use permit, and then when staff went out to verify and take pictures of the property, this is what was found, was a single family residence, not a shed. So these pictures were taken a couple months ago. Right after it was placed, he's told staff that he wants to use it for a hunting cabin, which he could. He has a residence just on the other side, right? It's one of these 3 lots. I know he owns this lot, and I think he has a house on one of these too. I can't remember which one though.
Okay, I do have a speaker request for him on this too. Would you like to hear the speaker first? Yeah. Lon Buhner. Okay, so it's not on this one. Okay. Sorry about that, Lon. Okay. And I take it that Mr. Howie's not here?
I do not see him, no.
Okay. Back to the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
On its face value, without the applicant here to answer some of the questions, I looked at it at that temporary home, and I understand people start out with sheds but I think this was probably brought in, maybe his intentions were a shed, but then brought this, I don't know but it looks like it's up on blocks, so it could be easily removed and moved if, that's why I was asking if there was gonna be another.
And I do know at one point that his residence that was over here was up for sale around the same time that he applied for this. So I don't know if they were going to use it to, after he sold the house, to build a house somewhere else and live in this one while he built it. And then it'd be moved off. That was just through that's just speculation, though.
The builder.
I hate to deny something without having the applicant here to answer some of the.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So is that a motion, Lloyd?
To continue?
That might not, I'm open. I just wondered if you made the motion to deny.
No, I didn't make that.
Okay. Yeah, I look at it more of a hunting cabin than a residence. Like I said, I don't see a driveway, any real means of ingress and egress. I don't know. I just,
So when he comes in for his building permit, he'll have to provide ingress and egress. Right now, he's crossing this creek right here. I believe this is Rapid Creek. He's crossing here. The Army Corps of Engineers allows you to cross for ag purposes, but once you put a residence there, they have different requirements. So he'd have to get approval for that crossing from the Army Corps of
Chairman.
Engineers first.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So at this point, he can't have a resident till he follows through with some other stuff anyway.
Right.
So, bottom line is, I'll keep saying, he's a builder. He knows these things, guys. Even if it was for camping or for his hunting, it's a residence that he put in an area of, like you said, there's no road, but there's rules and regulations when you put something on there besides a shed. So,
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Commissioner
question.
Lassiter.
So Cody, that building permit from 2015 that's expired, 12 by 20 shed then, what was that? Do we know what that was?
So that 12 by 20 shed, what happened, he came in and said that he wanted to store a shed on that property. So we gave him a temporary building permit to store a shed, and with the shed, he needed a conditional use permit for an accessory structure before a primary. So he applied for the conditional use permit. Upon review of the building permit, or of the conditional use permit, when staff went out to perform a site visit, they found that the shed had living quarters in it, which no longer makes it a shed, it makes it a residence. So that 12 by 20 structure, that 12 by 20 shed is actually the 12 by 20 residence that we're talking about today.
So that's been out there since 2015?
No, it's been out there since
Maybe I didn't ask the question right. In your property history, you're showing the building permit has expired, that 21-0215. I was just.
Yeah, so that 0215 is just the building permit number. He applied for it in 2021, so he put the shed out there in 2021, or the single-family residence.
Gotcha.
so Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
move deny based on staff findings of the variance request.
Got a motion to deny by Commissioner Hadcock. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm looking for a second.
I would second that for discussion.
Commissioner Lassiter seconded. Commissioner Roskinek.
Can I make a substitute motion?
You can make a substitute motion.
I would make a motion to approve contingent on the conditions stated by planning and zoning, and that in 1 year that he add 8 feet by 20 feet to bring it up to the minimum of 20 by 20.
Got a substitute motion. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Substitute motion has been seconded by Commissioner LaCroy. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Lassiter.
At the very least, if not a denial, I think it has to be at least continued. I don't think we can approve it. One, I think there's some questions that we should ask the individual. They're not here to represent this variance request, and there's nobody here that I can tell or that you know of that's to represent him. Is that right?
Not that I know of, no.
I would think in a case like this where he knows it could be denied based on the findings, that he would want to represent his interests here. I don't think. I can't approve something without them when we already have questions on something.
Commissioner Adcock.
I'm gonna guess he didn't show up because he just built something that he shouldn't.
Okay.
And number two, staff findings, it's based on fact. And giving him another year to do something else when, like Cody said, he has to build the road. You can't just put and make a bigger shed or house. So that's not how it works. You have to actually build the road and do your stuff to prepare for that building instead of just add on to it in a year. So based on findings and based on findings before of the applicant, that's why I moved to deny. They know the rules and regulations, but they continue to not follow those.
Okay.
So again, it's based on fact and findings.
Have substitute motion to approve. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the substitute motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
3-2, no, with Commissioner Roskinick and Commissioner LaCroy voting yes. So we're back to the original motion to deny by Commissioner Hadcock, seconded by Commissioner Lassiter. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Commissioner LaCroy voting no. Next item. B.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item B is variance 21-22 to reduce front yard setback from 25 feet to 0 feet for a proposed gate structure. The applicant and landowner is R&J LLC. The agent is Justin Eisenbraun. He is in the audience if you have questions for him. Site location is off South Highway 16 across Highway 16 from Rockerville. Currently, the property is 19.42 acres, zoned Highway Service District, and it is vacant of structures and utilities at this time. And there's no special flood hazard area on the property. What the applicant is proposing to add, you can see his approach is off of Highway 16 here. There's a separate parcel of property here that it contains signs. He is proposing to put a gate structure here right on the property line versus the 25-foot setback for structures. This is the applicant's rendering of the proposed structure. As you can see, the approach Highway 16 here, the approach off of Highway 16, and the structure. He's also provided a picture of what he believes it will look like when it is constructed. And with that, staff uses a two-pronged approach to determine whether the granting the variance runs counter to the public interest. Starting with number one there on the screen, if you'd like to follow along, I'll read staff's responses. Number one, does it injure the neighborhood? Staff found no, the request does not appear to be a threat of nuisance to the neighborhood. Number two, there is a similar structure placed on an adjacent property northeast of the subject property. The requested use appears to conform to the neighborhood. Number three, does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinance? No. The applicant is requesting to place a 24 by 24 pole and metal gate structure on the property line of the subject property. The zoning ordinance requires a 25-foot setback from the front property line in a highway service district. Number 4 is not applicable. Number 5, does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? Staff found no. The structure does not appear to obstruct the vision of motor vehicle operations on South Highway 16. Prong 2 determines whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. These include physical conditions, not money or economic hardship. Staff found, number 1, does a special condition exist? Staff found no. The topography is flat and sloping. No physical conditions exist that would warrant approval of this request. Request was sent out for interdepartmental review. South Dakota Department of Transportation did respond. They said, although the structure and fence do not appear to be in the right-of-way, please remind the applicant that no portion of the structure or fence may be in the right-of-way. And this is included as a condition of approval. Again, Pennington County zoning ordinance requires 25-foot setback in a highway service district. The applicant, Justin Eisenbraun, did apply for a building permit earlier this year to place a 24 by 24 pole and metal gate structure on the subject property. During staff review, it was discovered that the proposed structure would not meet the 25-foot setback. And at that point, Mr. Eisenbraun did apply for this variance request. Staff recommends denial as there is no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of Pennington County zoning ordinance section 212. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends 3 conditions be included. That be that this variance only applies to the 24 by 24 pole and metal gate structure. All other structures must meet the minimum setback requirements or obtain separate variances. Number 2, that no portion of the structure or fence may be in the right-of-way. And number 3, that prior to the installation of the structure, the applicant obtains an approved building permit from the planning department.
Chairman?
Commissioner Adcock?
Just a question. So you said billboards would be adjacent with this, so there's already
Yes, ma'am.
stuff in the 25-foot, meaning would be perpendicular with this gate?
Correct. So if I understand what you're saying, so
Yes,
it's
sir.
not abutting Highway 16. There is a separate property right here through the
So
middle.
there's a right-of-way before you get there, meaning you have the highway, you have this 33 or 60, is it 33 or 66? Before it hits that?
It's about 55 feet wide.
Okay, before it gets to his.
Correct.
So I've seen this many a time, guys, where they have the gate opening like that, for ranches and different areas where they're closer even than that. And it makes it so you can see it as well. So you put it too far back, then you miss it. So for me, I'm not opposed to this just because there's billboards and other signs in that area as well. So if it was a safety factor, meaning it wasn't 55 feet and it didn't have enough room at that point, to actually, cause a safety factor, then I'm not against it.
I have some speaker request forms here too, but Commissioner Laster, you spoke up.
I was just going to ask, do you have any information on, you mentioned in your report that there was another one in a nearby, a similar one nearby. You don't have any pictures of that one, and what's the status on it? Is it about the same distance? Is it the same size?
I did not do research on that. I just noted that it was there during my staff visit or site visit.
Okay.
I would ask, Mr. Eisenbraun is here. Would you like to speak to this before I call up the speakers?
Justin Eisenbraun, R&J LLC. The reason we're asking for this, it will set back 50, I believe it's 56 feet away from the existing fence line that's there now. So that will be set back further away than what I believe it's Baker Timber Products that's the one he's talking about.
Here you go.
And the other reason we're asking for this is we're going to close the property down at the end of November so we can have, so we can close the gates and keep access off the highway.
Okay, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
On the plat up there, that L3, that'd be the width of that corridor that Doc Pankratz kept. Is that 53 feet then, L3?
That's roughly 55 to
55,
57 feet.
so.
55.
55.
Or 55, okay.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple speaker request forms. I have Lon Buhner. Lon, would you like to come up?
My name is Lon Buhner. I received a notice of this variance. I live in the community that's adjacent to this property. I oppose this. The reason I oppose this is I don't see any justification to grant a variance, and I believe that the current ordinance with the 25-foot setback is appropriate. The property that's directly along Highway 16 for the majority of where Eisenbraun's property is was retained by Pancrats. There are signs or billboards on that property. So when you talk about the 25-foot setback, you're talking about a setback behind Mr. Pancratz's property. I'd like to point out to the commissioners that on the very tip of this, you see that Mr. Eisenbraun's property does abut Highway 16. Why that property was not retained by Pancrats, I don't know, but I will speculate it was for an access point because Highway Service requires that the front property line access the highway or be abut the highway. Mr. Eisenbraun, the last time he was in front of Planning and Zoning, had moved his approach over to that location. I was thankful for that because I thought that that was a much safer location. So my point is, if there's concern that a 25-foot setback creates a problem with that being so far from Highway 16, then why not move the approach over to the east side where he had it platted originally, because he can get rid of 55 to 66 foot of that distance. Given this location, given the clear area, the flat area, I do not think it's appropriate to grant a variance and do away with the 25-foot setback, recognizing that 25-foot setback runs all the way along this property line where he abuts Mr. Pancratz. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Buhner? I also have a speaker request from Bill Hemmer. Bill?
I'm Bill Hearn. I'm one of the adjacent property owners there. Similar to what Lon was saying, you know, there's no driving force here of why you should be doing a variance. Those rules and zoning ordinances that have been developed, you know, are well thought out and well planned for. And oftentimes when you create variances, you know, there's other issues that come up after the fact, as all of y'all know. And unless there's a compelling reason to do the variance, I don't think there should be. And as staff said, there's nothing here for slope of land or anything like that that would make a compelling argument of why you needed to change the ordinance in this case. The neighborhood has been upset about this project, as you all know, and the applicant has done a number of things that are, you know, relatively offensive to the neighborhood. So my concern is to make sure that even as this thing moves forward, that we follow all the rules that are already in place and don't add insult to injury by, you know, nickel and diming and incrementally changing the project and making it even worse than what it is, at least from the homeowner's aspect. So I'd ask that you just follow, you know, the rules and regulations that you already have. There's no compelling reason to do something different. Questions?
Any questions?
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock?
to be straight up, your neighborhood, no matter what has been put in that area, let alone in the, across the street at Hammerbeck's and Hall's, you haven't liked anything in your neighborhood. So without being rude in one sense, the other is you didn't want to buy the land. Somebody was going to buy some of that land and decided to back out. So if you don't own the land, you don't buy the land, sir, people are going to build in it. And for me, this sign is not a danger to your neighborhood or to his development. I think makes it on Highway 16, which we're learning even from the candy store or anything else, so you can actually see that entry point. So for me, it's not a bad idea, but there comes to a point when you don't want anything in your neighborhood. I understand some of those variances and some of those things, but no matter what people have tried or what people are trying to work with you guys on that, you just don't like it because it's in your neighborhood.
Well,
That's what I'm finding. I've been on here for a few years, and you have to try to find solution with some of the people that, own those lands by you, sir. So that's what I'm looking for sometimes with neighborhoods. I understand opposing some stuff if they're causing you issues or hardship, but, you're opposing anything everybody wants to do in, whether it's in Rockerville or this area or a billboard or, there comes to a point for me that, I just knew you guys were gonna be here and oppose everything that this guy does, so,
Well, I appreciate your comments. I have never opposed anything in Rockerville, but I have opposed some of the actions that have happened on this property.
yes, sir.
And all that I'm asking is that you follow, the ordinances and the zoning regulations that you have.
Yes, sir.
And just follow those rules. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
No, sir.
Thank you, Bill. Back to the commission.
Mr. Chair, I'd like Justin to come up and explain why the approach there opposed to further towards Rapid City.
Excuse me?
So my question would be, they were saying that you could have ingress and egress to that if we went further east, to the east. So with the approach being there, I just wondered what the justification or the reasoning was to put your approach where.
Well, because that's the only place on that we can put a sign. It's the only place we are allowed to put a sign on it. So if we put our approach there, we will have no signage advertising our spot. So that's the reasoning.
So, I look at the utility of that corridor of where the signs are. If this thing actually, if you were asking a variance, if this thing abutted the state right away, I'd have a problem with that. Or if it abutted a residential lot, I'd have a problem with that. But it's abutting a corridor that's been dedicated to signs, so I really don't have a problem with this particular variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
in general, I'm not opposed to this. I do think, and I want to understand, because we have this prong one, prong two thing that talks about variances. And most of the variances that we approve along this, there's a pretty substantial reason why we do that. Either there's a sheer cliff behind the property and things of that nature. Where I'm struggling with this, if we're following the prong system that we have laid out here, what is the special circumstance that needs this fence or this gate to be where it's at versus meeting the setback requirements? Typically, I'm not opposed to somebody doing what they want to do on their property. I think this is a great idea for it to be there. If there was a creek back a little bit that he had to put a culvert over that maybe you couldn't sit at that 25 feet. Maybe I get it that there's something there that you couldn't, move, or it would take a lot of, effort to reroute something. I just want to understand what the specific factor is that's.
Could I address that? If we go back the 25 feet, I'll be in a bunch of adult trees I'll have to cut out. And I really would not like to cut the trees out.
And you're not planning on cutting those trees out for the development or for what you're doing in that area?
No.
Further questions?
Chairman, does he need to speak first?
I didn't see who.
I think what he just said is untrue. There are no trees that need to be cut out. So I don't think we've had this happen before, where I just think that's an untrue statement. There are no trees there. I would be glad to get a picture and bring it to you and show you that. You've been out this site, haven't you?
Yeah, I have a picture of the approach off Highway 16.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to maybe ask staff if they could
There's the trees right there.
pull up an aerial.
Right there.
And I'm asking that question, Chairman, if you don't mind, mainly because I foresee if we don't have something that's a hardcore, significant reason that can't be moved or something like that, like we do with the other ones with a sheer cliff or something of that nature, we might be setting ourselves up for
other individuals asking for a variance just on that specific aspect of it. Well, I can't move it here because of this, but it's something that can be taken care of. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, we built a house, and for us to do the expansion, we had to tear out trees, and they said you either tear out the trees or you don't expand, and we opted to tear out the trees.
Where's the approach, Joe? Sorry, Travis.
Nope, you're fine.
Where would the approach be?
Mr. Chair.
Right there.
One second, Commissioner.
So the approach is here.
Okay, so there's some trees there.
This would be the approximate location. Rapid Map's not survey quality, but this would be the approximate location of.
Where the trees are.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Travis, I think, answering your question, the hardship there would be that the width of that corridor that the signs are on, which I understand is 55 feet. And the reason people put signs up are so that the general public can see them. So if you go back 25 feet from the 55 feet, now you're back 80 feet, and the sign's not nearly as effective. So I would say the physical hardship would just be the existence of that 55-foot corridor. That 55-foot corridor could be a creek, could be a gully. It's still, it's unbuildable, or it doesn't do the developer any benefit.
Okay, are we talking sign or are we talking gate here?
Talking gate.
Yeah, we're talking gate.
Yep.
Sign is the next one.
Yeah.
Well, the gate would be the entrance to a, so I'm kind of gate sign. It's still
Yeah.
the entrance to a commercial venture.
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I'm gonna move approval, because I do think it's counter to public interest. I think, the necessary hardship, I think, is just the advertising and seeing that approach. And I do think it, observes the ordinance spirit and ensures substantial justice is done, because of that,
I'll second if you include the three conditions.
with three conditions.
Second.
Including, okay, so the motion includes three conditions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And those three conditions are?
That the variance applies only to the,
Yep.
yeah, the 24 by 24.
Go ahead. I'll have,
I can read this off if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
Number one, that this variance applies only to the proposed 24 by 24-foot pole and metal gate structure.
Yep.
All other structures must meet the minimum setback requirements or obtain a separate variance. Number two, that no portion of the structure or fence may be in the right-of-way. And number three, that prior to the installation of the structure, the applicant obtains an approved building permit from the planning department.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for the discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
I get what is being said about the signage and the visual and being able to show a good entrance for your property. I just don't see that as what we've seen in before as far as something as a special circumstance. And maybe it's just I've got to think about it more, but at this current time, I just can't support that. Even though I get what you're trying to do, and normally I do like to say if it's your property, let's do what you can do on it. It's just I'm having a problem reconciling that with the special circumstance. If there was a sheer cliff, if there was a riverbed or something that we would say, okay, we wouldn't have you move it. Then I'd be like, okay, there's a special circumstance. But at this point in time, I don't see that.
so Chairman, one more thing. The main thing is it observes the ordinance spirit and ensures substantial justice, because that whole corridor on Highway 16, I think you're gonna find that this happened the whole way through. So people could see their properties, and so people could actually, because it's a tourist place. So the observance is more than the substantial justice on it because of that reason. If it was just two properties, but if you look at that corridor, that whole corridor has been changed with that 25-foot, I believe. So
All of them, all up and down have been pushed up?
not all, but there's a bunch that in order for them to be able to see their businesses, so.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So the last one in that area, Travis, would have been when we granted the variance or variances for the Rushmore Candy.
Yeah.
the signage. It was a signage issue, you know, they wanted to go a little higher and they wanted to go a little bit bigger, so we granted variances, and I look at this being similar to that.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioners LaCroix.
We're all getting a
We
chance
are
here.
today.
Great points from the commissioners, because those are all the reasons why I'm for this, but also for the one that's at the ordinance variance coming after this, because that's what we described, you know, when we talked about the Candyland, it's being able to, we talk about safety, and one of the residents that were here today opposing this one, we went out and visited, and we had discussions on the traffic on that road, and one of the ways to help, I feel, is signage like this to let people know what's coming up, because quite frankly, that is South Dakota, that you look at the billboards to find out which way, what's coming up, when, more so than the state signs. So, that's my deal, because the next item on our agenda, if you look at it, it shows you turn here, slow down, you know, so it's given a precaution.
Further discussion? I've got a motion to approve and a second. No further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. One no. Drews. Approved. Next item.
Agenda item C is variance 21-23 to exceed the maximum display area of an on-premise sign from 250 square feet to 384 square feet. The applicant is R&J LLC. The agent, again, is Justin Eisenbraun. This is the same property we had just discussed. What the applicant is proposing to add here, again, this is the same map that you saw earlier, only indicating the proposed sign location towards the east side of the property. And this is a rendering submitted by the applicant showing what the sign will look like along with the dimensions. When considering this variance request, staff did take a two-prong approach, starting with prong one to determine whether granting the variance runs counter to the public interest. Number one, does it injure the neighborhood? Staff found no. The request does not appear to be a threat of nuisance to the neighborhood. Number two, does it conform to the neighborhood? Staff found yes. Advertising signs are prevalent throughout this area and are permitted use with an approved sign permit. The requested use appears to conform to the neighborhood. Number three, does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinance? Staff found no. The applicant's requesting to place a 384 square foot sign on premise unlighted single-faced sign on the subject property. The zoning ordinance requires a 250 square foot maximum size for on-premise signs. Number four is not applicable. Number five, does it harm the public safety, health, general welfare of the community? Staff found no. The sign does not appear to obstruct the vision of motor vehicle operations on South Highway 16. Prong number two determines whether special conditions exist to grant a variance, such as physical conditions, not money or economic hardship. Staff, starting with number one, does the special condition exist? Staff found no. The topography is flat and sloping. No physical conditions exist that would warrant approval of this request. Again, the request was sent out for interdepartmental review. No objections or objections were received. Sorry. Staff's analysis of the request is that the maximum display area of an on-premise sign shall not exceed 250 square feet according to the Pennington County zoning ordinance. Earlier this year, the applicant, Justin Eisenbraun, applied for a sign permit in order to place a 12 by 32 or 384 square foot sign on premise. During staff review, it was discovered that the sign exceeded the 250 square foot maximum display area, and at that time, Mr. Eisenbraun did apply for this variance request. Staff conducted a site visit and found 6 on-premise signs on an adjacent property, which varied in size from approximately 5 by 15 to approximately 10 by 40. All of these signs are legal, non-conforming for size, distance apart, and setbacks. And again, that was the property that we had talked about earlier. This one here that abuts Highway 16. With that, staff recommends denial as there's no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of Pennington County Zoning Ordinance Section 312. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, then staff recommends 2 conditions be included. Number one, that this variance applies only to the proposed 384 square foot on-premise sign. All other signs must meet maximum size requirements or obtain separate variances. And number 2, that prior to the installation of the advertising sign, the applicant obtains an approved sign permit from the planning department.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadgar.
Because the request was routed to the County Highway Department, South Dakota Department of Transportation, County Professional Planner, Emergency Service 911, County Ordinance Enforcement, and Black Hills Electric Cooperative, and they all were no objections to this request. At this time, my motion would be to approve for the same conditions basically as the last with, it runs public interest because the other signs are in the area, and it's also observes ordinance spirit, but also ensures substantial justice is done.
Is there a second?
Is there a speaker request on this?
Yes, there is.
Okay. I'll second for discussion.
First of all, I'd ask if Mr. Eisenbraun wants to come up and address this. Then I'll go to a speaker request for him.
The only reason I'm asking for this variance is that's the only spot I have in for one sign to advocate my property. So,
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
So you have to have a larger than the ordinance sign to do that?
No, but it would just grab people's attention better, in my belief. Waldrug was kind of founded on that, and kind of believe in it myself. So,
Well, I always get, a bigger sign will do it better. I'm just, because you're asking for a variance of what we've put into ordinance. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what's the special factor that's going to make it different. I get the other signs
I only
are.
have an area for one sign.
Huh?
Because I only have an area for one sign.
Okay, I'm just going to ask a question. Didn't you argue that your gate is going to have a sign on it too for a secondary sign? It's not sign, I guess, but it's going to be another, way to identify your property there too.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just thinking, why do you have to have a one that's outside of the normal size? That's where my hangup is on this one.
Well, I think if you look in the area, there's signs over there on the other side of the road at Rockerville that are much bigger than what this sign would be.
Right. They came in before the ordinance though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're all legal non-conforming. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bill, I have you down for a speaker on this one also.
Just the same issue of follow the ordinances that you have. Again, the staff said there's no compelling reason to have a bigger sign. You can communicate to the public with the standard signage of what he's got coming up. Got plenty of time to make the turn into the gate now that's been proposed. So I don't know why it needs to have more visual clutter. I mean, the standard sign will communicate well to the public.
Commissioner LaCroix, Joe.
My question was, what size is this sign that's right behind there that you got pitched right there? Because when I was going through this ordinance, I was going, why can't we do the regular? Then I seen this one. In actuality, in aesthetics, if you go from small to big, change them up, would it be the same size, this 5 by 12? Or
I believe that one, I took a rough measurement while I was out there.
yeah,
And I think that's about 280 square feet.
that one's 280 that we're
Right.
seeing right now.
Correct.
And so our ordinance is for 285, right?
250 is the max.
250?
Yeah.
To answer your question.
Yeah, that does, because
Okay.
to me, I think that's a
Okay. Further discussion? We got a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to.
Commissioner Lassiter.
I did want to make a speaker comment. I turned my form in, I had the wrong.
Come on up, Lon.
Again, Lon Buhner. I oppose this because I do think that an adequate sign size would be one that is allowed under the current ordinance. A couple of points I would like to make about this particular location. This location where he's going to put his sign is not visible until you make the turn off of Baker Timber. I went this morning and looked, and if you know there's a sign there, from the point when you could see the very corner of his sign to the point where you are past that sign is less than 5 seconds, driving 65 miles an hour. So Mr. Eisenbraun can put a sign here, and I'm not opposed to him putting a sign here. I'm opposed to the size that he's putting here. If I was Mr. Eisenbraun, I would never put a sign here. I would go ahead and pay Mr. Pankratz a very modest fee to put a sign on that 66-foot strip. I think it's 66, maybe 55-foot strip where there already are signs where people are going to have more visibility to be able to see the sign. Focusing on all these signs, keep in mind we have the on-ramps from Rockerville, which are a tremendous safety hazard, in my opinion, to the left. And I'd rather people be focusing on that on-ramp than I would another sign. The other comment that I'd make with regard to the sign that he is proposing, where it says coming soon, Rushmore Barns and Rushmore Cabins, and then he's got a big arrow that says turn right. If you recall that aerial, if you see that sign and you say, hey, let's check this out, where are you going to turn? Where are you going to turn? Are you going to turn on the unimproved approach that he now has, to where once you get up there, there's no way to turn around? Or are you going to go down and turn into Pine Haven and drive through our subdivision and say, well, gosh, where is it? It's at turn right. So I do think that this particular sign, as it's proposed, A, it's too big, and B, as it's proposed, is going to be a nuisance for our neighborhood. And there are options for signs because you have a corridor owned by Mr. Pankratz that specifically deals with signs. So there are options. I'm not saying that he should do it. I'm just saying that he has the option to be able to do it.
Chairman,
Okay. Commissioner Hadcock.
gave us a reason why he needs a bigger sign because of that, and you might not be able to see it because of the turn, and if it's big enough, they'll be able to see it. So that gave me a reason to make it bigger. Number two, hopefully he gets his gate and his sign on top of his place so they don't bother your neighborhood. Plus, you got, what, a half mile before they even hit your neighborhood. They have the church on the left side and some other places. And if I was going to turn around, if I went to the wrong place, I don't think I'm going to drive around in your place for barns and stuff. I'm going to see right there where the church in the area is. I'm going to turn around. So I disagree with some of your findings. But again, I think if you're finding that you won't be able to see it and it's not a good spot because of that, you just justified why he needs that sign bigger.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Yes, sir.
When you do drive into Pine Haven Drive, you will see the church. Beyond the church, there are residences on the left and our residences on the right. So my guess is that people that don't know the neighborhood are going to drive in to say, well, where is this particular wedding venue?
I think they'll see the big thing, but.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Well, Commissioner LaCroix convinced me at last minute on the last one. This one, I just can't see as a reason to extend its size greater than what the ordinance is. I mean, that's the reason most of the signs out in that area, and unless Cody can tell me differently, they're all legal conforming because they were in place before the ordinance changed. Once the ordinance changed, there's a reason why we changed the ordinance to bring those signs to a specific size. I think I get what Commissioner Hadcock is saying about, well, there's a shorter time and that the gentleman may have just given her reason to vote for it to give a bigger sign for more time for someone to read it. But I think we're not following the ordinance if we're going to expand it for this particular reason, for him to have a larger sign.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
When we were discussing the Rushmore Candy, I think we pretty much identified Highway 16 being a very major corridor going to one of the most visited attractions in the United States. And there, because of the fact it's a commercial corridor, and I don't see any where that would have an impact on residences, a visual impact, other than the fact that you got Rockerville on the other side. I'm going to stick to my guns on the way I voted for the Rushmore Candy.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Do we maybe consider in the future, I mean, this is, slightly off topic here, but it's in line with what we're talking about. Should we consider a change to our ordinance that meet, for the highway service areas and things of that nature, so we're not having to deal with variances each time we're looking at signs in that highway corridor?
Good point.
Because to me, if we have an ordinance and then we keep making variances and, there's various reasons for that, that means maybe the ordinance is not doing what it's designed to do. And so, I'm just going to put
on record that I think maybe we should consider looking at that ordinance if we're going to deal with variances along this highway corridor. Maybe we need to make it adaptive so that staff isn't doing all this review and then recommending denial, and then we're up here overturning that based on some of the things that are coming through. Just my secondary input on that one.
Good point.
That's exactly where I'm at too.
So I think I'm a no on this one because of that, but I'd be open for us to visiting, having that conversation about changing the ordinance or at least tailoring it a little bit better.
Further discussion.
So Chairman, I'm going to give it one last shot too. So we have an ordinance for a reason, for safety, public health safety and that kind of thing. When it doesn't fall in those lines, that's when we have variances. When we find that we make an ordinance and it doesn't affect that. So for me, just changing it because it's highway service, there might be a site thing going on. There might be a whole bunch of other things. But other than that, I won't follow anything exactly until there becomes a public safety factor or those three: public health, safety, and welfare of people. So for me, that's what we're here for, is to change stuff so it works for our constituents and for our people in our districts. So in this case, I don't think there's any public health, welfare, or safety factor on this sign that would make me vote against it. So just my point.
Any further discussion? Now I'll bring it back to the commission. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. It was denied on a 3-2 vote. Laster and Drew is voting no.
Did you say denied?
Yes.
Yeah,
Need
you
four
gotta have
votes.
4 positive votes. Board of Adjustment.
Tracking, thanks.
Okay, item D.
Agenda item D is variance 21-24 to reduce the section line setback from 58 feet to 33 feet to build a single-family residence on the subject property. The applicant and landowners are Richard and Lynn Beasley. The approximate location of the property is 0.38 miles north of the intersection of Norseman Lane and Sheridan Lake Road. It is 14 acres, zoned agricultural district. Access is off Norseman Lane, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. Staff recommends to continue this item to the September 7th Board of Commissioners meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to continue. Yes, you do. Tal Wazorek.
So this is kind of deja vu all over again, as they say. This is the same location we're in where they're trying to vacate the section line before. I do get, it's my understanding this is getting continued. I had gotten an email I was in a meeting about 9 saying that the people had asked for it to be continued. When I get here, I ask and they say they don't have any information on it being continued yet, so I'm sitting here waiting for this to come up. I appreciate that you give continuances on a regular basis, and I will understand that. I do have a bit of frustration that if something like this is going to get continued, that people have to sit around for a long time to hear that and confirm that. I would point out to this, since it's being continued, if you've looked at the application, I would support the staff's position, and we'll plan probably to see in September anyway, but just for your information today, I support the staff's position to deny it. I would take one issue with the staff. I do think this impacts the neighborhood because this would be building immediately adjacent to a section line in the area where the future road plans calling for a road somewhere in that area, so it'd take away some options. I would also point out that the only documentation I've seen on this application is that the landowner just says that's the only spot to build. But if you just simply look at Rapid Map and the contours on Rapid Map from the section line to about 250 feet in one area, as you come into that area, it's a 10-to-1 slope. I don't see why they need to build this close to the section line. My guess would be it's probably a more premier view spot, but there's really multiple places you could still build in this, and that would be our position going forward. And I'd hope to see some justification for this if they're going to follow through with it. But
Chairman.
since I've been sitting waiting, I thought I would say my piece at least today.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Adcock.
So Talbot, I did go look at that area. What it is it might be premier in one sense, but the rest of that, if you look at that area on the sides, it's basically drainage area. He would either be building in the drainage area, or he'd build on the side where it's coming down off the hill, because there's not like a lot of flat area. The part that comes in, he only has a piece before he comes in, and then it spreads out. But that spreads out into like drainage basin and the side of a hill. So the top of it, where anybody would build their house, I understand, still gives you room for Mr.
Cellular
Yeah,
ranches.
Mr. Salvador, to still build a road through there, because then that road would goes like this. It goes up, it goes down to this, or goes down, then goes up into this guy's property. Then on the other side, goes straight down again. So, that's what I'm saying for the road. So if you go in, you kind of go in gradual, then you go down, then you'd go up. Have his house on the top, and then it'd go down into like a valley thing. Does that make sense? So I encourage the commission to go look at it and see if there's some solution between the two, because there still could be a road for Mr. Salvador to still do his development and get through, and still have this man to have a property that seems more buildable on to me. So,
and I don't contest that it starts to drop away further when you get past, but, looking at the contours on Rapid Map for about 230 feet from the section line, it's about a 10-to-1 slope according to the contours there.
Yeah.
And why his building envelope might be limited, it's not required, the variance is not required to have a spot to build in. It might be a tight building envelope outside that for the entirety of the acreage, but he doesn't need to encroach to build there. And that's our point.
well, Talbot, if he encroached so I couldn't build a road at least 24 feet with the sides, I'd call it, encroaching. But if you want to build something and still leave room for the guy to build a road, which in our county is 24 feet, it's not really encroaching anymore. Because like I said, I don't see a lot of roads going through there anytime soon because of the topography.
Yeah.
But Mr. Salvador also needs that change, because that's his range and that's his stuff. So he should leave some room for Mr. Salvador to be able to transport or do what he needs to do in that district.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate it, but the reason setbacks are greater along section lines is because there's a recognition that, and you see it all the time, somebody comes in, builds right up close to a section line, and then all of a sudden you open the section line 15 years later, and they're in here screaming that they're getting dust and there's disruption and they can see in their windows. Well, and that's always, there's a real rub there, that they want to build as tight as they can, but then they'll complain about the road being there. And that distance, I think, is, there's a safety protocol that don't have a house right next to a road too.
My bottom line is for these guys to go look at it and then kind of see what we're talking about, Talbot.
Well, it gives you all time to go look at it if you continue it, I guess.
Thank you, Talbot.
And I do appreciate taking the time to go look at it. That always adds
Beautiful.
something.
It's a beautiful piece of property, Mr. Salvador out there, so, and Mr. Talbot.
So I had a motion from Commissioner Adcock and a second from, did I have a second?
Yeah, somebody seconded it.
I think last.
Second.
Or LaCroix.
Or LaCroix, I don't know.
LaCroix did.
Lassiter?
Ambassador.
Okay. To continue
Don't
until,
win.
Next meeting.
Next meeting?
Is that when it was? Cody, when did they? September 7th.
September 7th.
Okay.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Need a motion to.
Move to adjourn as the Board of Adjustment.
Adjourn the Board of Adjustment.
I've got a motion to adjourn Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Go to the regular agenda. Is there a second to that?
That was me.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion, opposed? Motion carried. Regular agenda.
Kuziak Environmental Planner. Agenda item E is rezone RZ 21-24. It is to rezone 160.26 acres from agriculture district to rural residential district. The landowner is H&H Land Company Number 2 LLC. The agent is Brian Hammerbeck. He is in the audience if there's any questions. The location of the property is at the intersection of East Highway 44 and St. Germain Road. Access to the properties are off either Highway 44 or St. Germain Road. There is a special flood hazard area on the property, 100-year floodplain. When looking at rezone, staff looks at current zoning within 1/2 mile. So current zoning within 1/2 mile is rural residential district, suburban residential district, and agriculture district. Staff also looks at future land use within 1/2 mile, and future land use within 1/2 mile is suburban residential district, rural residential district, ranchette district, and agriculture district. This was read around for interdepartment review. There were no major comments or concerns that were noted. Current zoning and future land use in the area identifies the subject property and several parcels as rural residential district within 1/2 mile of the subject property. Therefore, the applicant's request to rezone appears to be in harmony with the current zoning in the area. Staff did receive a letter after the staff report was written with concerns for houses and wells in the area. That doesn't really pertain to a rezone. If the applicant is looking to subdivide property and put houses out there, that would be during the planning process. So for the purposes of the rezone, staff is recommending approval of rezone RZ 21-24.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner LaCroy, second from Commissioner Laster. Commissioner LaCroy, I presume you were sitting on the planning commission when this came through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any
Just-
further discussion?
Just for that comment, I was gonna give a report when it comes up. Planning Commission approved, E through I.
Okay.
Gave recommendations for approval on.
Okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item F.
Item F is layout plan LPL 21-49. Which is to reconfigure lot lines to create lots D1 revised and D2 revised of lot 17 of Fort Meade Placer 244. The applicant and landowner is Jeff Shear. The location of the property is 23098 Thunderhead Falls Road. It involves 8.92 acres. And there is special flood hazard area located on the property. Currently, as the property sits on lot D1, there's a single-family residence with an on-site wastewater treatment system. And on lot 2, there's another single-family residence, also with a on-site wastewater treatment system. The proposed lots, lot D1 revised, will be 4.435 acres and will contain a single-family residence and an on-site wastewater treatment system. And lot D2 revised will be 4.48 acres and will contain a single-family residence and a on-site wastewater treatment system. This was routed around for interdepartment review. There were no major comments or concerns that were received. Staff finds no significant issues with the applicant's request as it appears to be in harmony with existing lots and current land use in the area. So staff is recommending approval of LPL 21-49.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Commissioner Adcock, Commissioner Laster. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. G.
Agenda item G is comprehensive plan amendment 21-08 to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from ranchette residential district to rural residential district. The applicant is Mike Gennaro. He is operating under TDG Real Estate LLC. His agent is DC Scott Surveyors. Site location is east of the intersection of Playhouse Road and Oak Meadow Road. Property size as it sits today is 8.79 acres. It is vacant and currently zoned agriculture district. When evaluating comprehensive plan amendments, staff does review future land use within 1/2 mile. Staff found open space, ranch residential, rural residential, suburban residential, and highway service districts. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. No concerns were noted. Staff's analysis of the request is that future land use within 1/2 mile of the subject property is identifies several parcels as rural residential district. The request to amend the comprehensive plan appears to be in harmony with current zoning and future land use designations in the area. The Board of Commissioners approved minor plat 21-27 on June 1st of this year, and approval of this request will satisfy condition number 5 of that request and allow the plating process to continue. The staff recommends approval of Comprehensive Plan Amendment 21-08.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Agenda item H is rezone 21-14 to rezone from agriculture district to rural residential district. Again, the applicant is Mike Gennaro, operating under TDG Real Estate LLC. His agent is DC Scott Surveyors. This is the same property that we had just discussed in the previous agenda item. Again, when reviewing rezone requests, staff reviews current zoning within 1/2 mile. Staff found open space, agriculture, rural residential, suburban residential, and highway service districts. Again, the request was sent out for interdepartmental review. No concerns were noted. Staff's analysis of the request is that current zoning within 1/2 mile of the subject property identifies several parcels zoned as rural residential district. The request to rezone appears to be in harmony with current zoning designations in the area. And again, the Board of Commissioners approved minor plat 21-27 on June 1st of this year, and approval of this request will satisfy condition number 5 and allow the plating process to continue. With that, staff recommends approval of rezone 21-14.
Move to approve.
Got a motion by Commissioner Lassiter. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roskinek. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item I.
Item I is a request to refund a penalty fee for Lori Harris. Staff's actually going to recommend to continue to the September 7th Board of Commissioners meeting. As during research for the conditional use permit, it appears that the applicant actually needs a variance instead of a conditional use permit. So therefore, the fees will be a little different.
Move for approval.
So
Move to.
this
Continue.
happened after it was at the planning?
This wasn't brought up. The Lori Harris refund, that wasn't brought up.
The request for refunds only go in front of the Board of Commissioners. The conditional use permit that she applied for was going to go at I believe it's August
I was
26th.
going back. I thought you said that they had approved everything from E through I. That's what I was
Did they
going
say I or H?
I can't remember. I'm not sure.
Through I. You said through I.
On my agenda,
So,
I wrote H.
Well, you said through I.
I might have said I apologize.
so continue until the 7th? Is that
September
what you're
7th, yeah, because
recommending?
she might be requesting a penalty fee back for a variance instead of a conditional use permit.
Okay, so you made the motion?
Yeah, my writing. But I got two.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I made the motion.
Second, yeah.
I
Can't
need
do
to buy Lloyd some glasses.
I've got a motion from LaCroy, a second by Roskinek. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item 18.
Mr. Chairman, I got a couple of things I'll touch on if you
Okay.
don't mind. Just so you guys are aware, I talked to Sedita, Ellsworth Development Authority concerning the water issue out there for the base and the connection stuff that's going to go on over there. Still working through that plan, but I'll keep updated as I talk to them more and more about that. It looks like the Air Force is moving to do some work on that, and Ellsworth Development Authority is going to be a part of it. So as more of the plan comes to fruition, I will let you guys know as I'm continuing to stay on top of that. The other thing is, have y'all been receiving emails about mask mandate and vaccine mandates in our county, just out of curiosity? I've received quite a few. Okay.
What?
Some.
Emails concerning mask mandates or vaccine mandates in the county? Okay, I've received quite a few. I was just wondering.
I've got a few.
You're medical.
Yes, I am, but maybe that's why. Okay.
I got them too, Lloyd, but I thought they were kind of funky, and I couldn't tell if they were in the state.
I get them for roads.
Well, most of them are, many of the ones I've got are individuals that have state addresses. Other ones are ones that have like the
American
American Way,
mailbox,
which
yeah.
is considered here.
I got those.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, it was just kind of an interesting thing that, and I had asked Holly if she had heard if any of the county commissioners had received any, because of the ones that I had received, I forwarded one to her, so she had an idea. So I just was wondering.
None came from John? To you?
Yeah, no, none came from John, at least not underneath the John's name. I mean, he could have been incognito with
He
something.
could have called those people.
I fully support masks. It's my blood record.
So, yeah, that's about it that I have for, oh, no, actually, I did go out to visit Mike Ray. Mike Ray, if y'all remember back during the legislative session, House Bill 1085 was the ag bill that I was concerned about, that we talked about. And his property is one of those that with the new ag bill that came in, he was prior ag and now he's no longer ag. So it's one of those properties that I was kind of concerned with about, with him tooling around with it rather than having a comprehensive review to figure out what actually works. His property is one of the ones that came out of it. So I went out there and looked and toured his place. He's got a tree farm out there. I guess it all depends on how you look at different things. He's got bees on his property. He's doing firewood, and he's making some very, I don't know if I'm going to do justice explaining what he's doing, but he's making the specialty wood by the way it cures and these beetles that dye the wood blue. It's called blue wood. I mean, I didn't hear about it until he was talking about it. But apparently, there's a lot of need or demand for it because people want it because of the aesthetics that it has, and so he's working on doing that. So it was just neat to go out there and see his little operation. It's not very big, pretty small, kind of like my small ag operation, but it is something that he's working with, and he brought some forestry guys out so they could see it as well. And so I expect that we're going to have some more conversation on any future ag bills with the forestry department and whatnot, or not the forestry department, but this forestry group that he's part of that want to kind of retweak again because of some of the restrictions or some of the things that cause individuals to fall out of the current or the previous requirements to make ag exemption for their land.
Okay. Commissioner LaCroix.
So we're combining 17, 18 reports.
Or 18.
18.
Combining what? 17?
Oh, our committee reports and.
No.
No, I didn't.
Just
It's
want-
19.
So you wanted,
This is
19's
whatever
vouchers.
doesn't have
We're
to
on
do with
18.
your-
We're on 18.
I told you we're buying you
Gosh.
second motion for
Okay.
glasses.
Planning Commission. First of all, thanks, Mr. Roskinek, for showing up and sitting through our meeting. It
Not
was
a
good.
problem.
19.
You're on
Never said a
19.
word.
You're on
We're
19.
still on
We're
18.
talking 18.
Oh, really?
Oh,
here,
really?
Look.
I
Oh,
got,
you don't have the
Got
revised?
old- you didn't get the new agenda that's on
See,
your paper.
yeah, see,
That's on your dais. That's why
Someone played a joke on Lloyd.
I have something on 18 since he knows.
well, you know what, I'm gonna do them both. So,
No, I don't think so. I think we're on 19, so we don't have to listen to
okay,
your
I'll
speech.
make it quick. Planning Commission, thanks, Ron, for showing up. Biggest thing that we had, that's, when we were gonna do this before this, I said, I was gonna tell everybody we approved items E through H. We're all recommended approve. We all heard them. They did. Also, we had one tough item on Planning Commission that ended up getting denial. I wanted to share that a little bit with the commission because the way this came about was a person had bought a piece of property, had a mobile home on it, double wide mobile home. He moved that off and then decided to move back into town. So he had the lot there, and he went through all the requirements to do vacation home rental. I mean, through the state, everybody got all the licenses, but he was letting campers camp at the site. And it ended up getting denied. But I think it's important for us as a commission to hear this type of stuff because there's probably more of that going on, and maybe but yet he was denied because it was a travel trailer. But he could go put one of these 10 by 20 houses on it and do it. So the reason I bring that up is because we went through this with equalization with taxing on tiny homes or those homes. So I just wanted to bring that up. The other things off from the meetings is I attended 2 different Youth and Family Services Board meetings. I had my Human Relations MOA meeting last week, two of them we had an executive meeting plus our regular meeting. I just wanted to inform everybody that we're looking at, part of the breakoff committee is working on the Native American parade. That's going to happen. So they're setting that up. But also MOA was a part that organizes. They're waiting to see about how LNI is going to come along, whether they're actually going to have it or not. But MOA and the Human Relations work with the groups to do the red carpet, welcoming, and also the hand gate that we've all been in. So that's all depending on if the gate, if they decide to hold the net plan is to have the new powwow in the new arena this year. If the powwow goes on, it all depends on how the virus works to whether they're going to do it or not. More, no, more I'll let you. That's
It'd be hard to
I'm
dance
done.
when you got a mask on
I'm done for the whole day.
and walk with the mask.
I'm done.
Just asking. How you gonna dance
So
with a mask on?
I did share with everybody via email, expecting no response. The Travis and I did have a meeting with the Rapid City Journal, and we've been invited to offer some op-eds relative to issues that are of major value to us, I think, not only as individuals, but the commission itself. So that's the only thing I have relative to items from the chair. So, Ron?
I did meet with Joe, Sean, and myself met with South Dakota DOT, Todd Seaman, and Michael Carlson. So we talked about the getting in Rockerville and out of Rockerville, because once Pat Hall started doing his development, he took out an access road that if you took that road and you wanted to go to Pine Haven Drive, you would just simply drive straight across Highway 16. So the group that was here earlier, Bill and Lon and Merv, they went to South Dakota DOT and said, we got a problem because now we don't have that. And what we have is very dangerous. And what are you going to do about it? So we discussed some options that day. And I've got some maps that I'll leave over here. And one would be the current exit approach out of Ronkerville going east. It's a curve where you have to really turn your head sharp, and then you're turning onto traffic that's going 70 miles an hour, and you're going into a passing lane. So their idea is to go straight across, but if you go straight across, you're going to have to use a section line, which we could do. That's going to go along the east side of Justin Eisenbraun's property, and where he's already planted all these trees. But I think South Dakota DOT is saying, you got to, how are you going to participate financially? And so we're looking at about 1,300 feet of that would have to be a secondary road. And Joe said, we're probably talking $75,000 to $100,000 cost to do that. We're not committed, but they just want to, this is all a work in progress. So we're looking at a couple different options.
So did Lon and all the rest decide that was a great idea, that you put a second access into their development?
I don't know that.
Just saying.
There's a lot of options, but
they're having problems going in their people are going to go in their development, let alone put a second access in it. So they don't want it dangerous, but I'm going to tell you, from many years with these guys, I have a feeling, Ron, you're working very hard, and I appreciate that. But before you do all your work that you like doing, ask them if they'd like that second access into their property.
Actually, I think it's South Dakota DOT that's doing all the work. They just informed me because it's my district, and they brought in the highway department because there is going to be some reconfiguration, and in the next, it could take 6 years before this is all. What they want to eventually do is all these approaches going in and out of Rockerville, and they want to take them all out.
Oh.
And that's what South Dakota DOT wants to do. And they just want that one where you would take that sharp left now. They just want it to make that a T, so you just go up there and then before you go east, you got a better, you don't have to twist your head 180 degrees. So that's just a work in progress. But these maps or GIS maps would depict that a lot easier, and I'll leave a couple here. And then I met with the fire board and the 4 fire departments, and we went over. The scenic fire department provided a detailed cost breakdown on what they thought their proposed fire station would be, and they're talking about a 7,500 square foot tapered steel frame building, well insulated, some water storage. And so that cost that they came up with is about 500,000, what we were talking about today. And then all the other fire departments that were there, they said, that's about what we need. So they gave me that information so that they help support the decision that we made today. And if they can get it done for 500,000, I told them, I said, there's always something you don't see. So I said, you might ask for a contingency, but anyhow, they're very appreciative the way we voted today, and we supported the volunteer fire departments.
I know a commissioner that's got an extra fire truck that they could.
Yeah, needs an oil change. Are we doing committee reports too?
We will, in a minute.
Okay.
You done with that?
Yep, that's all.
You want to do it, Lloyd did. You sure?
Monkey do, monkey see.
I always got to go back to Lloyd anyway. So.
Okay. So I talked about the diversion the other day and lots of issues concerning that. So I didn't get a call from 2 people that we were talking with that day, but I did get a call from the sheriff. So the sheriff met with me yesterday. He also went through the rows. I've also had Barry and his group, and the VOA is coming next week. Just to see some of the things that we're doing. We also had discussions with, I talked to Travis because he was interested in what I had on some of the diversion, and he's been looking into it as well with the sheriff. And they are going to look at some of the diversion and some of the recidivism that we're talking about, because going from the state, giving it to the county gives it to the city gives it to the policemen got their hands tied, so the business owners ended up with some of the issues. So some of those issues might be resolved through working with the sheriff and seeing some of the things that they are doing for the arrest reports and some of that recidivism that isn't maybe working. I didn't say diversion never works. I said, like any other program, you take out the good and keep it, and the bad, you just keep restructuring it. So sheriff agreed that maybe we need to do some restructuring and some different things in diversion areas that might be beneficial for some of the complaints that they'll be having from business owners and other people. So I appreciated his time. He took about an hour and a half out of his time to go through some of this stuff and then go through my building. So same with Barry. Barry brought a couple people, and the VOA is looking at some of the public housing. So public housing, they have some money for public housing, and they're looking with Alan Solano and some other people, and maybe looking at my motel, but that ain't happening. So I think it's a good idea, and I said, just like I talked with Commissioner Drews before, and Commissioner Ross Connect knows that if you have some money that will go into affordable housing, workforce housing, whatever they want to call it, for people that need assistance in those areas of, veterans, disabled, and disability, elderly, I'm sorry, that housing authority with Brian Achbach would be amazing because he's very creative, and if they do it best, it's already manageable. And we already know from me working with weekly motels, it's not everything it's cut out to be, and it's not as simple as just getting a house like most of us would go get rentals. It has a lot to do with the other aspects that come with that 20,000 to 60,000 area in some of those area groups that need more diversion or more assistance. So that takes someone like that housing authority or somebody that's willing to go that extra mile, right, in those areas in order to make that happen and make it worthwhile. So in 10 years, that property isn't sold because that was the game, was to get all those benefits and get that money to help with building that building. And then in 10 years, which is happening to some of our buildings this last couple of years, And they're kicking out people in those classes that Housing Authority would have to keep no matter what. So if anybody has a better idea on that, please visit. They want to visit me, and I asked if Brian Achenbach could come since I'm the chairman of the Housing Authority at this time. And Brian Achenbach is very, like I said, creative on the things he does. So, Commissioner LaCroix.
Is Surfwood and ABC's part of Pennington County Housing?
Surfwood, where's Surfwood again?
It's off of Maple, next to the mall, both those places.
The Brown, or off of Maple next to?
Off Maple, right by the bridge by the mall. Going down Maple's down the street from North Junior High.
No.
No?
I don't think it is. No,
Okay.
we don't have Surfwood. I'm correct. I'm not gonna guarantee that now. I'm almost positive I've seen it. Ron, do you remember Surfwood being ours? I don't think it is. It's subsidized housing, but I don't know whose it is.
Just curious. I mean,
I'll check today. I'll check.
We've
today.
got the book in another room. We can
Okay.
find out real quick.
Oh, thank you, Ron. That's true too. Anyway, just food for thought for what's happening for workforce housing. I know Alan Solano and some others are trying to find some solutions, and I think again we have the land, and if we had the money, we could build another spot besides just the one we have, and that authority can get it done with the group and the organization that they have in order to fill those needs of those people that they're talking about. So.
Okay. Back to you, Commissioner Lassiter.
I'd like to be like Lloyd.
Since Lloyd kind of jumped the train there, my only my only committee report is from the Public Library Board of Trustees. A couple of things. They're working on their lending fee update for anything that you're gonna get out of the library, and they're also getting ready to do a fine forgiveness event. They're working on that here for September, so that will be a good event and a way to, if you've got outstanding fines, to be able to get those off your record. And then the other thing is one of the things I thought was interesting there, they signed an MOU working with the Indian boarding school lands about dealing with historical documents and archiving those documents and having them for review. So I thought that was pretty interesting out of that meeting. So that was about it.
Okay. Lloyd, I always come back to you, so.
was that a
Second chance.
Was that a diversion program for library funds if you're late fees?
No.
Lloyd,
I'm good, thanks.
I'm gonna have
So-
some diversion for you.
Let me pass on. I want to.
Can't help himself.
I couldn't. I wanted to thank him for that opportunity for these articles for the journal. I mean, when I read that, I think it's kind of a pain. You may not get it from me. You may be late. It may be a long time, but
Maybe Holly will be helping.
yeah. But I mean, I think that's great that you guys made that effort to get that for him because I think that's important.
Thank you. Jeff Holbrook is the one that set this up for us, so. Okay, Central States Fair. Board meeting was basically about the upcoming fair, which starts this Friday, so you gotta show up to see what's there. Prior to that, we did have their capital improvement committee met. They're talking about a number of things that just need to be done. They've also applied for $1 million from the Vision Fund for some specific work to be done. They want to put bathrooms in that Bridger Steel building, just because of how the use has kind of turned on that with, as Ron said this morning, 22 weddings scheduled there. And there's no bathroom facilities in that building. They've also done, to my interest, they've done a number of funerals there too. At the
Multi-use.
yeah, it certainly has. So they did end up going to an auction in Omaha and getting a lot of seats or chairs and tables, which will make it easier so that they don't have to be moving tables from the event center over to the Bridger Center and the other buildings. They're gonna be able to leave some of these in place where they're at.
They must be
And
subsidized
they're
tables on their
also, yeah, they just got,
Well, somebody
on
else needs
several
to-
of those buildings need some major work done on them. So they're working on their capital improvement plan. They're doing that on a, they doing that monthly, Travis? Are they doing that more often than that? But the capital improvement committee is meeting.
It's, right now it's monthly if I.
Okay. So they've got quite a few plans in place on that. Also, I had the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners Board meeting last week. That was in Oklahoma, and we did adopt the resolutions for the coming year for the legislature. It's not only resolutions, but it's the all of the policies that we have. And I'll just touch base on a couple of these. There's like 8 of them that were approved. One is to reintroduce, and sponsors haven't been found for these yet, so they'll have to kind of weigh in as to whether or not the timing is right in order to do this. One of them would be the bill, bringing the bill back for the half-cent sales tax for facilities and infrastructure. And this would probably apply more to a number of these smaller counties than it would for like us. But that's not to say that we couldn't utilize it too, but it would be to approve a half a cent sales tax for a project. And it would have to, what the Board of Commissioners would have to do is adopt it to be approved by the voters before it went into effect. So there's a real protection system on that. And then there's a sunset clause that when it's paid off, that goes away also. So this bill has been kind of refined over the last couple of years. Last year it was not introduced, just because they didn't think that there was any chance of, wouldn't even been brought up for discussion more than likely last year. The one that Holly brought to us on filing a referendum petition of making sure that the date is the last publication, since we have, and numerous counties have this, where you have multiple legal newspapers. And so the date that is called for on it is the last publication. Because for us, I think we have at least Wednesday and Thursdays dates. So it just adds a word in it to clarify that, which is a good move. There's also wanting some of the 974 million that the state has of the federal ARPA money. They would like to have some of that so that it could be used for infrastructure for affordable housing. So that certainly falls within our interest also. And then there's a resolution for the review of the housing valuation for the elderly and disabled tax property freeze. So I think so many counties are hearing from the elderly at this point in time of saying their taxes are so high that they just want that to be reviewed and see if the state can do some adjustments
So can they,
for that.
can they freeze it, and when they sell it for whatever price, do they have to pay the taxes of that selling price? That's the only thing.
No, they don't. The taxes would never, as long as it's in that ownership, it would remain froze and nothing would have to be paid back. If they sell it to people other than elderly, the tax system as it is on everything else would be in effect on that property. So
the criteria would be income based?
well, I think that's the way it is now.
Yeah.
And they're talking about, maybe there's other things that can be brought into consideration. Quite frankly, I don't know what those other things can be. I mean, I think it's all based on income for elderly and disabled.
I'd like to see how many elderly and disabled would qualify in our state for it too, because how much would that affect us too?
Yeah.
You got you gotta think about that. Across the board, those numbers need to be looked at as far as what do you consider low income to qualify for some of these. And I think that's what Gary's saying is, I mean, times have changed. No, you need to raise that bar a little
Absolutely.
bit because where you're at, nobody can live off of.
It's
You know,
about
yeah,
$18,000
yeah.
and geez, that's,
It should be more around the 25, 30,
yep,
I would
I
think.
agree, I agree.
So that's all I have. Ron, anything else?
I think just the building and grounds, I'll just go over the highlights. So Joe is in the process of building a highway salt shed. And he told us at the last meeting that his trusses, they're 80 feet clear span and they're 2x8. And they had a lot of deflection in them. And then it rained. And then he said that they had a lot of deflection. So I didn't get a chance to talk to Joe today about that. We'll bring it up in today's building committee, but I'm not sure where they went with that. 80 foot clear span with 2x8s, that's a long stretch. The crisis care stabilization facility, the bid opening date is August 31st, and the award date will be September the 7th. The radio antenna project, bidding date is August the 12th. That was last week, and the award date will be September the 7th. Courthouse building, so the second and third floors of the courthouse, we talked about, is there any space there that we could use? And the needed Pennington County State's Attorney training room relocation from the basement will be moved to the third floor jury area in lieu of remodeling the second floor area for this function. Proposed is for the second floor empty space to be remodeled into a magistrate courtroom. Funding for any remodel work for the second and third floor projects will need to be reviewed by the Board of Commissioners, the Building Committee and the Board of Commissioners. The second and third floor projects will need to be reviewed by, there again, the Building Committee and Board of Commissioners. Judge Fife, you mentioned that the furniture for these spaces was purchased with grant money a few months ago before a July 1st deadline. The fairgrounds, the roof reconstruction, John indicated that they received only one bid for repair work. Replacement for the entire roof is $75,000. Replacement for only one half of the damaged portion was $35,000. The county's insurance policy includes a deductible of $25,000. Facility needs assessment recommendation. Several members voiced interest in moving forward with a need study, hiring a design firm to complete. Mike said that he had budgeted $150,000 for the study, but it is included in the next year's building and grounds budget. But everybody at the building committee, pretty much in agreement that that sooner than later, we need to probably take another look at our needs assessment. That's pretty much it for the building and grounds. Tomorrow, Travis and I meet with Joe, and we're going to meet the contractor. It's a new product that is called Baseline, and they're doing that. They're using that methodology between Hot Springs and Angostura. And Joe said it's really a good project, and he said, I'd like to do 4 miles of Travis's district and 4 miles of District 1, and he said it's $100,000 a mile. So he said where it really comes in handy is where you're going up in gravel roads where you start going up hills and start getting those ruts and bumps.
Yep.
Washboards, he said that's probably where it would be most effective. So tomorrow, he said he's got some ideas for my district where he'd like to try that, and then he's same thing with Travis's. So we'll know more after tomorrow.
Does he have money in his budget for that trial?
He didn't say. I'm sure he does.
I bet you didn't say.
Yeah.
So building committee and Whedon Pass. So building committee was the day that my foot blew up and I was in the emergency room or whatever for 3 hours. Remember when I missed here? And the next day I didn't work. I just sat home because it blew up, and they did give me a shot and gave me some antibiotics because the wasp bit me 3 times. That was the issue. So I didn't work the next day, and our building, our weed and pest was at 12 o'clock, so. Fire Service Board, Travis was at another board meeting, he was there, he was telling about his PFAS stuff, which was good information for the firemen, so they could discuss some of that. We had 911 with Kevin, Carly, and Steph there, gave us some information, and anytime they wanted, I think I said that on one of our meetings, or Friday meetings, that they could come at any time, some of the firemen or anybody they wanted to invite for sheriff's office or anything, just to see what 911 does, and that they need more staff, which we had approved so far at this at budget meeting, because fire service and sheriff needs more service. So that was probably the main discussion, and it was at North Haynes. It was a good meeting with, they always serve food, so we had some taco salads and stuff there, so it was pretty cool. I brought a few desserts, but and then they were very excited to move forward on the buildings. And that, the old school ones that have been there for a while couldn't believe that we were actually gonna approve that. They've been looking for different funding sources for things for years, and I'll just keep saying, all of the people that are in the fire service board, men and women that are served that, the districts are very thankful for this board. So we have done more for the fire service and the firefighters in Pennington County than most people have done on our boards for years and years and years, not just a couple of years. So again, I can't thank you enough, and they couldn't thank you enough at that meeting, if I'm correct, Travis.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'd like to say thanks for supporting Pennington County Housing Redevelopment today as well. I really think for the money, we're going to get the best bang for the buck.
We're gonna kick some butt, right, Ron?
That's right, Deb.
And I'd like to say thanks for the support for the industrial park. I think Wall was very happy with that as well, so appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
Good.
I thank you all.
What are you thankful for, Gary and Lloyd? Come on, this is to be thankful day. You gotta tell something you're thankful for. This wonderful, lovely board that's so sweet to y'all.
I need the.
Whoa, I'm glad I'm wearing boots today.
To adjourn.
I
Nope,
need a
nope.
motion to
Gotta
approve
do
the
budget.
vouchers here.
Move to approve the vouchers?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve the vouchers in the amount of $1,654,120.20. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to adjourn?
No,
Oh.
no,
No,
I
wait a
move to
minute.
approve a voucher in the amount of
Oh.
$220 to the
Doesn't Deb
Roseman.
have a voucher on there?
Oh,
Deb has a voucher.
That's
that
what
she-
I
sorry
They just
about that.
approved
I was just
the,
reading, but
Yeah, that's what Lloyd's just reading. Okay.
Oops.
I'd move to approve a voucher in the amount of $220 to the Rose Inn LLC with Miss Hadcock abstaining.
I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Commissioner Adcock abstained.
You know, that
to
hurt,
adjourn before
that
Lloyd
hurt to
talks.
make that motion.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.